Hi, it's just me for right now. Ah, I know Jay is still working, I think. And Joe, I don't know where Joe is. And I also am not quite sure what Lear's up to, but just for me, just me for now. They can come and go if they want. It's open to them always. Ooh, wait. Actually, let me turn my music down because I can't hear myself speak. Worst part of having like auditory processing issues is like listening to something and just like not being able to hear your own words. Actually, um if you want, I can hop in the cuz I'm not on call with anybody right now since nobody's around, but I can hop on call in the stream server if you want to join me and chat. Cuz I keep forgetting I have that server. I need to actually use it. Womp womp. I need to fix the Discord audio on stream though. Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. There shouldn't be any audio other than my own voice anyway on stream, so
Hello.
hi. Oh wait, I don't have to fix anything on stream. It picks you up just fine. Cool.
Yay! Well, how have you been lately?
Um Better these last few days than I have been, I think.
That's good.
Oof. Work has been slow, so that's good.
That's very good. Work's also been slow at the mall I work at, which is both good and bad because it's a mall, it's supposed to be making money, but the weather just started getting good. Everybody's outside taking walks,
And-
shopping at other stores that aren't the mall
I don't blame
because the
them.
malls suck so bad. I do you that I don't know. Do you mind if I go on a quick ramble about how the mall I work at kind of sucks?
Go ahead. I worked at the mall here for a while and that sucked too.
Okay, first off, I think it's haunted because the parking machines the parking machines keep randomly not working. A lot of the power at my specific little kiosk keeps having problems. The lemonade machines are just kind of broken. We had one. It was broken. It's still broken, but we still use it because it's not completely broken. We got a new one about a week after we got a new one. I'm at home, and it's a morning right when everybody's opening, and my manager sends a picture of the new lemonade machine on the
There we go.
floor. It has somebody toppled that thing over and broke it.
No.
And
Oh, that
now the new
sucks.
one has completely stopped.
More people die to toppled lemonade machines a year than the sharks.
like the power we have having happening weird stuff. It's just and it was also built over where the old prison used to be. So
Oh,
there's ghosts in there. There's ghosts in there. But
goodness.
it's been on the decline since I don't know when. But I think after 2020, after the whole pandemic started, that's when it really started kicking in. Because a lot of stores have since left the mall because we used to have a Bed Bath and Beyond for a good amount of several years. I think that Bed Bath and Beyond had been there since not since it opened maybe, but it was there as long as I can remember. They had to leave because the lease was too expensive.
Oh,
and then it was a Spirit Halloween for a while. Now it's a Champs outlet, and it's like, whoa. And there are so many stores that are still closed, that are still covered up in that weird tarp thing, because nobody's renting that space. We're getting a Cinnabon and a Uniqlo, but I don't know if that'll be enough. And like, the prices at the Auntie Anne's I work at have been going up over the years, because I'm assuming mall rent has also been
Oh,
going up over the years. A
man,
bottle of
that
water used to
sucks.
be A bottle of water used to be, I think, like $1.85 a few years ago. They're 3.02 now.
Oof. That's for
Yeah.
water? For water?
Like they're the tall bottles of water, but still.
All water should be free, and that's my hard stance on that.
Yeah, it should be, but companies are like, no, we won't get money.
Oh no. Oh no, what if they find out there's so much water out in the world for free? Ooh.
Like that's why collecting rainwater is illegal in so many places, because it's like if people find out they
Oh,
could just get water from the sky where it's made, they won't have
man.
any reason to pay their utilities. But yeah, on one hand, like I understand if the mall I'm at ends up going under in a few years, but I would also be really sad because this is the closest mall to me. This is, and it's been where I've had a lot of good memories with my family and my friends and everybody who works in that mall. If it does end up going under, will have to get a new job.
Ooh, yeah, that sucks too.
Yeah.
Man,
It,
the
it's a mixed bag. Like I just I kind of hope things get better. Something gets better. What were you gonna say?
the mall in my town is supposed to be closing down at some point. I overheard this from my boss. I don't currently work in the mall, but according to my boss, some of our clients work in the mall, and the clients were complaining
Oh,
that they're going to have to like shut down after just moving into the mall because they're gonna be like closing the mall at some point, which sucks because like where I live is like the middle of nowhere. There, I would have to travel like 2 hours out for another to find another mall.
oh man.
Shit sucks.
I'm sorry, man. It does.
Ah,
In less depressing news, I've basically finished my spring semester at college.
sweet.
I got an A. Yeah, I got an A in my math class, and and I did my speech. I have a communications class, and I did a speech for it. I I was gonna not be able to because like the speech was due a few weeks ago. I couldn't do it the first time because it wasn't ready, and I was gonna do it the second class, but then I got really sick, so I
Oof.
couldn't. And I told my professor, I was like, "Yeah, I was gonna do it, but I was sick, and I'm sorry." She was just like, "Okay, you know what? Email me, and we'll see you, and so we can talk about this." And I was like, "Okay." And she was like, "Okay, you can do it for my Monday class for partial credit." And I was like, "Okay." And I did it. And the students there liked it. Like one of the students, we were both in the same elevator, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I thought your speech was pretty good." And I was like, "Oh, if you're really good, I just got to write my self critique and pick up my grade tomorrow, and then I'll be done with that class. And then I got to wait till May, I think the 20th, for my summer classes, which are going to be online, which is going to be coding in C sharp, because I'm majoring in web technologies. I switched my major from fine arts to web tech for two reasons. The first being computer science tends to be a pretty good field, and also uh I wanted to be an art major and get a career in art for a while, but then as I saw more people talk about how how they had to draw or animate for a job and how it burnt them out, I was like, I don't want to burn myself out on my favorite thing to do,
Oh yeah.
so I'm
S-
keeping it as a hobby instead.
so I basically, when I was in high school, I got forced into doing graphic design for all 4 years of high school. Like, I wasn't allowed any other electives. I was only allowed to take graphic design and adjacent classes like AV. Um, and then when I got into college, they were like, "Oh, since you've been doing graphic design for 4 years, you're going to go into the graphic design major anyway." And I was like, do I get a choice in this?" So I did graphic
Oh,
design for 5 fucking years, because then I dropped out. And I did graphic design for 5 fucking years and was so burnt out of it that the moment I dropped out, I was like, if I ever get a graphic design job, if a graphic design job is ever offered to me, I will fucking scream. Guess what I do now?
graphic design.
Yep. It's not even what I
That's just how
applied
it be
for.
sometimes.
I did not even apply
That's
for
just
it.
how it be sometimes. But I know how you feel. I want to get out of this retail customer service job so bad. But every single place on Indeed, there's always like, hey, this job would do great with your resume. It's customer service, it's customer representative,
Ugh.
cashier, customer representative, receptionist. And it's like, I don't want to
Ugh.
do that. Please just put me in a cubicle and let me do my work. I I remember seeing all these movies in, the late 90s, early 2000s, and it was always Joe Schmo is miserable in his office job. And it makes sense because, there's a lot of stuff about office jobs that is, in fact, miserable. But it was always just like, oh, he sits at a computer and he does the same thing every day. He doesn't really talk to his coworkers. And as a kid, being like, oh, okay, I guess he doesn't like his job. And as an adult, it's like, hey, Joe, do you want to switch places? Like right now, please? Please? Please put me in a cubicle. If I don't have to talk to anybody, I won't. I will just go in my cubicle. I will do my work, and then I
Literally
will go home,
same.
and then I will relax, and then I will go to sleep. Actually, nowadays I could just I could work from home. Working from That's another thing. Working remotely would be so great.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. I wish I could do my job working from home, but like I do also partially do warehouse work, so that's not something I could do from home.
Yeah,
Something's
unfortunately.
hmm, something's making the chat, the not the chat, the stream a little fucked.
Oh, oh, oh yeah, a little bit.
Not this again. Oh, not a mini me.
Nice purple screen though.
Yeah, purple is the color I ended up having to use because the outlines for my model are blue, and there's too much green in the model as well. And then also magenta would wash out the whole design, so I was like, I have to use this purple. It's the only thing that works.
It's a nice purple though.
I enjoy it a lot. It doesn't flashbang me every time I click back into the program. Ugh. Man, I know I was like, oh, I'm switching to this model for the month of April because haha funny April joke, but like I like this model a lot and I don't really want to switch back yet.
Keep it.
I probably
Just
will.
extend it. Extend it.
I like this model. I like the setup I have for it. And honestly, I might take the time to redo the other model to make it nicer and smoother like this one is. Because like I like that
Oh,
model, but there were a lot of parts of it that were really janky.
it was a really good model though.
I was very proud of it for being the first one I've actually like rigged myself.
Yeah, and you did great.
Thank you.
No problem.
I need to not get
Also,
oh
sorry if I seem distracted because I'm playing Violet. Uh,
oh I
I
need to get
have to
back to
admit,
playing it.
like, is the game horrifically glitchy at times and have really scary popping and stuff? Yeah, it does. Is there a lot of stuff that's gone wrong that could have been done a lot better? Yeah, but also I still really like this game a lot. I still have fun with it,
I mean,
especially with the DLC and how I can just run around as my Pokemon.
I had fun with it when I got to play it a little bit, but I haven't picked it up in a while. I kind of like played it for 3 days straight and then like stopped.
I know how that feels sometimes. It's Yeah, like for what it's worth, there's still very fun Pokemon games, but I do hope that for the next one, Game Freak does not make it open world. Because while I do like the fact that I'm able to get anywhere just by driving or walking, and also by the regular fast travel, I also kind of miss having specific routes and stuff, and also because they have little shiny items all over the ground, I'll be driving to my destination, see like 20 shinies, and immediately be like, oh, what is that? What is that? I gotta pick it up. I gotta pick it up. I gotta
Same.
pick it up. I gotta pick it up. And then I end up following a path of shinies. Next thing I know, I'm 50,000 miles away from my destination, picking up rocks.
Literally same. I have the same issue. Um Game Freak, their next game should be a more traditional like not open world Pokemon game. However,
Yes,
Digimon get on that shit right now.
I, I mean, I would not mind an open world Digimon game. Also, something I noticed uh Pokemon has, all these games, but it has never had an MMO. Meanwhile,
Huh.
Digimon has an MMO, but not that many games. Like there's like a fan MMO for like Pokemon, but there's no actual official Pokemon MMO. I don't think has there ever been.
None that I know of. That's an interesting point though. Like I can't
Yeah,
think
the
of
closest we have is Poke MMO, but that's a fan project, but there's never been an actual Pokemon MMO,
huh.
which is a genuine surprise.
That's kind of weird. Cuz that seems like obvious, or at least to me it does.
Yeah, it's and I think I complained about this before, but the fact that, and looking back, this is
Ah,
even
shit.
stupider. The fact that we have Pokemon Go, we got Pikmin Bloom. Why is it that when the Vital Bracelet first came out, and it had all those trailers of people doing NFC stuff, like tapping their Vital Bracelet to like a vending machine or whatever, and like, why is it that like they had all these Digimon popping out of things and fighting it with your Vital Bracelet? Why didn't they have an AR app for that? Why didn't they have it so you could take your phone, you can go somewhere and be like, there's a Digimon this way, there's a Digimon in here.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems like it should have been obvious. Like I don't know. It feels like there's so many missed opportunities when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's It's like Bandai's always like, oh, we don't give Digimon money because it doesn't make money. But then they don't market it. They don't do anything smart with it. They don't make merch that's international for it. It's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It makes me so mad.
It's that it's that
It makes me so
it's that who killed Hannibal meme for real.
literally. Oh, ooh, I want to find. I don't want. I sometimes I just want to talk. I just want to talk to the executives a little bit. I just want to talk. Don't mind the baseball bat. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. So mad. So mad. Okay. Something I've been doing lately is just saying bibbidi 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 at like random moments because I don't know. I've been saying the phrase bibbidi, like not even the whole bibbidi boppity boo. Just saying bibbidi is just really fun. Like saying it really fast, like bibbidi 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 bibbidi. I don't know why.
I had a phrase that I was stuck on these last couple days, and now I forgot it. I guess it didn't stick that hard.
It happens. But speaking of Digimon, I'm excited because once I finish doing these Pokemon raids and stuff, I'm gonna start working on my webcomic again.
Yippee!
Mainly planning out several things. Character arcs, characters themselves.
Man, I wish I had the drive to work on a webcomic.
I still haven't actually like I still haven't even started the first chapter of this. Sorry.
I don't. Hmm. Something's not right here. I'm like racking my brain trying to remember how, like, some of those early 2000s superhero cartoons stylized the characters' bodies, but I'm not liking it. I need to go back to watching Justice League Unlimited every day.
I one thing about them, they had them little oblong feet. I don't know how else to describe it.
No, you're right, though. Joe is really good at mimicking those kinds of styles. I think this arm is too far off of the body, is what's bothering me.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Just a bit of a delay on stream for me, so it. Okay, yeah, that looks good.
So I've been like basically like on a rampage consuming a ton of like DC content over the last several months, like specifically animated stuff because like I like there are some of the live action movies that I enjoy, but they're very few and far between, I guess. So I've just been like looking at the cartoons and the animated movies. Um and like it's so weird seeing how some cartoons handle certain characters versus others. Like I started watching DC Superhero Girls and it was very funny to me the way they made Penguin like a dude bro in Tux print T-shirt.
Oh,
It
okay.
it was funny, I
Oh,
guess.
hello.
Oh,
Yo,
hey.
hi.
Hi.
Oh, it's too hot in my room.
How's things?
I had a nap because um, troubleshooting computer stuff has been lame.
Oof.
Ooh.
We're at. I'm still not quite sure what the problem is. It's still probably just like visual video card junk. But like every once in a while, a window or part of Windows will flash like black.
Oof.
Oh. I'm
Uh,
just playing Pokemon with another friend of mine.
ooh, which Pokemon?
Violet.
Ooh,
I was just talking about it with
Copy and
the
paste this
PT.
body.
How it's weird that we have never had an official Pokemon MMO.
I've talked about that a little bit before. I've wanted it either like a proper multiplayer experience or something that you could consider like an Omni game that covers every region up to whenever it was made.
Yeah, that would be really interesting.
It is strange we don't have that yet.
Meanwhile, Digimon out here having an MMO since 2009, I think.
Mhm.
Digimon Masters Online. They
What
had
is
it since Savers came out. It's by no means good, but we have it.
Something is better than nothing.
I can't remember how that meme looks. Jerry had curly hair, right? I'm pretty sure he had curly hair. He had like did he have a mullet? I don't remember. I'm deciding he has a mullet. They look like Fraggles.
Oh my gosh.
No, we never said whether or not we didn't really specify any details about what Jerry looks like, but we did throw out suggestions for what celebrity he looks like. He has a mustache that you cannot see.
Ooh,
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Since I said it. Oh, please don't do the lag thing now.
sorry for making any weird noises. Gonna be I I forgot the there we go. Gonna be doing a raid. I'm gonna be taking damage. I'm probably gonna be making just the world's worst noises as it happens. It's gonna be like, oh.
Hold on, I'm having trouble remembering what a Fraggle looks like.
It's like a lemming but softer.
That's... yeah? Now that you say that? I was actually just listening to Fraggle music because that's what inspired me to start drawing Speedstar. I don't know why he's all slouched like this.
It's not a slouch, it's the Fraggle stance.
Fraggle
Fraggles is kind of, you know.
because they're floppy. They got that floppy thing going on.
No bones.
He's kind of got a Rayman thing going on with his face, but Fraggles do just kind of look like that. Struggling to remember what my own OC looks like.
I'm gonna be right
I know
back
how
to
that
go
feels.
home.
That needs to go further. Something like that. Something keeps making my stylus jitter, and I'm not liking that.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh, I'm gonna say something, and I don't know if this is an opinion that other people hold, but I definitely hold this opinion. I think it's I feel like welcoming people back when they like rejoin chat or come back after something, like after stepping away for a minute, is like a lost tradition of like old internet. Do you know what I mean? Because like I never see that happen
Vaguely.
with like younger generations, I suppose. Uh, oh my goodness, I'm struggling with
I
his
can
logo.
kind of get it.
Oh.
Like, maybe it's just like small calls and like that I hang out in. But like it seems like it happens pretty often. But like when I watch like my brother on call or hang out in like larger groups, people kind of just like float in and out.
No, it's not that I'm hanging out with rude kids. It's like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it exactly. Like I remember back in old like roleplay chat rooms that was like the standard to say welcome back to somebody who just came back from stepping away or whatever. But like whenever I would join Discord servers for something, like that wouldn't be the case. Like people would be on call, like even in smaller groups, people would be on call chatting and like someone would step away and like get no recognition when they come back. I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of lost. um it's a thing that's kind of been lost over time, I think is what I'm trying to say. Like it's not a
Yeah,
standard.
it kind of feels like how a lot of like old internet etiquette stuff just kind of seems to vanish.
We need to bring back the old internet etiquette of like putting an asterisk before an action. Oh, why am I zooming in? I don't know. I've just been thinking about like old chat rooms a lot lately and thinking about how different it is from like being in a Discord server these days.
Old chat rooms are kind of cool.
Yeah.
I miss old internet, but
I do like how
oh, go on.
there are some places that are trying to bring it back, like NeoCities and NecoWeb, or places where you can make your own static website. There's a site called Bit something. Uh, wait, I have it. I have it. I have it. I have BitView, which looks like old YouTube, like
Ooh.
YouTube from like 2006. Let me put this in screen chat. There we go.
No,
Oh,
no. Ah, I need to unpin that program.
oh boy.
Every time every time I try to go switch between Discord and Clip Studio, I end up accidentally opening PMX editor.
That reminds me, I should probably download MMD just to mess around with it.
Oh, it's so fun. Oh, wait. Actually, speaking of, uh, let me pull something up. If if my if my stream can handle it.
Oh boy. I need to charge my Switch. Where is my Switch charger? I just turned my monitor off. Turn back on, please. Well, it's not so much I turned it off, but like, it's
Games.
very bad with, I think it's spark protection or whatever it's called. Basically, if I touch it the wrong way, if I jostle the plug the wrong way, it just will shut itself off. Now I have to
Woof.
find my charger. I'll be right back.
Where did I put this? Why do I have to go like through 40 files to get to this model? Sheesh.
Why'd you put it? Why'd you hide it so far away?
I didn't. It just like when it exported, it put it in like 40 different files. Oop, nope. Don't zoom in on that.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Let me get this pulled up on stream. Window capture. Yeah, there we go.
Alright.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh,
The model returns.
The model returns. Well, I'm getting some weird kind of mouse delay.
The model is too strong for your computer.
It sure feels like it. Where did I put... Ha 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 ha. Here we go. Oh man. MMD is good.
Like it was like the classic like meme shit post animating program for like so long. That and Gmod, and then Source Filmmaker came, and now
Oh
people be
yeah.
doing stuff in Blender. But like, I just remember it being MMD most of the time.
I always I personally liked when it was either Gmod or MMD more than like some of the newer stuff. Like people make some good stuff in Source, like don't get me wrong, but I liked the crunch that Gmod or MMD gave things.
hmm I like. I can understand why you'd use Source Filmmaker because like it's an actual filmmaker and you have polish, but like there's something delightfully cursed about how floppy everything is in Gmod because you have to like manually pose.
Yes, exactly.
Although the stop motion people be doing in that program is
Yeah, it's wild.
like there is a specific. I think it's this person. Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can't find. I don't know if
Speedstar's got kind of a flat forehead.
there's a very specific. Here it is. This video. This is all stop motion in Gmod. Very good video. I have no idea if you've seen it before.
Wait, this guy uses Gmod?
Yeah, the description says it's the first Gmod completely animated with the stop motion helper tool.
Huh. That's incredible. It's
I,
so
I
fluid.
I think I saw this on Twitter and that's why I didn't get that description, but like I totally thought this was SFM stuff.
It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
I totally misread the title though as Pyro Pants, and so I was confused for a second. Pyro mains, raise your hand.
I have not played TF2 in months, but like I mostly just play heavy because it's the easiest for me.
I haven't played TF2 since like 2012.
It's I know they have recently had like an actual summer update where they added like a it was a like a protect the payload, but it was a seal A chubby little seal. You had to bring the seal fish, I think. I didn't play it, but I heard it was cute.
Huh.
Yeah, it was a little chubby seal. I saw people tweeting about it, and I was like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it was cool, but they didn't fix any of like the actual problems, so the game kind of ickified right after that again.
Yeah. Plus, I got into a bunch of other stuff. That's my problem. I'm into a lot of stuff, but I also get into other stuff, even though I really want to finish stuff. I have not played Digimon Survive in months. I need to finish it. I want to finish it, but every time my brain just goes, "No, I want to do something else." Like, don't get me started when I get hooked on one game and one game only. Like, I
Oh,
played,
same.
I,
Ah!
like I have to like because I'm probably gonna have more free time, I can probably start playing it again. But I had to literally force myself not to play Fantasy Life because I knew if I started playing it again, I would get so engrossed in it and ruin my sleep schedule, and that would have been bad for class.
But the job grind.
The funny thing is, apparently, the best advice people tend to give when starting a game is to pick a combat class first and then do the crafters and gatherers. You know, I started as a tailor. I think, most of the crafter and gatherer classes at least apprentice. I have not touched a combat class since I
Oh,
started the
shit.
game. None of the combat classes are leveled.
When I played when I was like younger, um, I'm pretty sure my first two classes were like what were they? The like lumber and woodworker or whatever they were called. Whichever one makes furniture, I was like, I want to
That's
do that.
I think that's the woodworker.
Yeah. And then I quickly found out I will not be going to the next town unless I unless I delve into combat classes.
And oh, I just remembered there's a Fantasy Life game coming for the Switch.
Yeah. I'm excited because I never got to play the mobile game.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was a mobile game. I recently downloaded, well, not recently
Whoops.
downloaded. I got it like almost immediately after I hacked my 3DS, but I got the original Fantasy Life on my 3DS right now.
Nice.
Yeah. And did you know they got Virtual Street Pass now? So
Yeah,
you
I've
don't
been
even have
using that.
Yeah, I need to put that on, and I also need to get Pretendo on my 3DS so I can play online stuff again. And I'm just really happy that Pretendo stuff exists. Like, and Nintendo, I think Nintendo not only knows about it, but they technically, I think they can't really do anything about it, or they probably don't care because like they're not making money off of it anymore.
Well, not to mention it's all like network. It's essentially just like a network,
Yeah,
so no one's like stealing anything, I guess, in Nintendo's eyes.
yeah,
And that's kind of nice. It's essentially the same as like a private WoW server, I guess.
oh, yeah.
I literally don't remember what all OCs I was going to draw.
Make
It
more.
happens.
I was like,
Invent new ones.
yeah, I'm gonna draw superhero OCs tonight, and then I drew Speedstar, and now I'm like, okay, what other ones do I have? I really need to do more
I know
with.
how. Sorry. Uh,
It's fine.
I know how that feels. 'Cause I have so many Digimon OCs that I have conceptualized in my mind, but I have never actually drawn them.
Oh, same.
And I have Tamer OCs. I love this is why I love little dress up games and pickaroos and stuff. Cause like I made basically outfits for the human tamers, human tamer OCs I have for some of my various Digimon, but I still need to actually draw them.
Man, I need to even think of tamer OCs for my world because all I have is the Digimon.
Now the funny thing is it's a bit of both. Like I have OCs for I have OCs for my main Digimon, OC, but also for my webcomic, and like I am gonna be making a little separate document for all my webcomic OCs.
Which
Sorry, I'm in
gay
the middle of
ass
a raid with
rabbit, Joe?
Pokemon. Which one? There's like several. Are you talking about Simbar and Goramon with the pants? Oh, what is going on?
Oh, you're talking
Oh.
about my Lord Nightmon. Oh, I never posted it, but I did do when I was commissioning Joe for that art of Primrose. I did do like a full ref sheet, including like references for everything from like front and side angle to make sure that everything was complete.
Hmm.
I should post it, but I really want to like clean it up before I post it if I ever do.
Clean it up. It already looks like 100%. Are you kidding me? It's such a full sheet.
I mean, I want to be thorough if I'm commissioning somebody. I don't want to be like, "Oh, you guess." Especially because it's armor.
Hmm.
Yeah. Like it's a good ref too. Like
The part that I mostly want to clean up is the shield because I did just kind of bullshit that part.
That's fair.
Because I was like, that's not going to even be in the art, but it's for me.
Hey, this guy has that superhero thing I like, the dorsal fin.
It's so that when he runs real fast, it kind of gives him like a streak behind him, like a star, shooting star.
Ooh.
oh, I thought it was for aerodynamics.
Well, it's also for that, but it's yellow to give the streak feel.
Oh.
I think there's a character in The Incredibles that has that um kind of thing. I don't know what it is about that, but I just really like it.
It's good. It's good design. Joe is correct. So I think when I posted this particular art of him, I didn't really explain like his whole deal. I just mentioned that he like went mad from being in a time loop. Um so Speedstar's whole thing is that like he was he was supposed to have he ended up in a time loop because he was supposed to learn a lesson basically. Um and the lesson that he was supposed to learn was that accidents happen and that as a hero it's his job to like damage control when an accident does happen so that things don't get worse or more or less. um but he kept refusing to let the accident that was supposed to get break him out of the time loop happen. So basically he kept, because what was supposed to happen was he was supposed to accidentally run into a pedestrian, get them hurt, and then like damage control the situation because like you're a hero, you're not going to be able to save everybody, right? Shit happens. Well, he kept purposefully avoiding this particular civilian over and over and over, so he ended up in a time loop for equivocally 3 years, and it literally drove him mad. um to the point where um he finally broke out of the time loop by getting so frustrated he ran into the civilian on purpose and killed them. So instead of being in a situation where he's supposed to like learn a lesson, do damage control, mistakes happen, it's okay, you're a hero, you're not perfect, blah blah blah. He fucking runs the civilian over, and immediately it breaks the time loop, and that on the one time where he can't go back and fix it, you know. So it basically made him snap.
Hmm.
Oh, Joe, okay, so something about that. Um, when I was originally envisioning this whole scenario, I was basically envisioning it to be like this civilian is kind of like always cosmically like in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like regardless of what Speedstar does throughout his day, like there would always be the same one civilian in his way. So not only do I imagine that they probably realize they're also stuck in the time loop, but like it's probably also that like they know something's up and that they're in danger because they are always almost getting hit by this fucking superhero.
Just never go in the road again. It's fine.
Oh, the Dreamscape was so good. I was talking about the Dreamscape on call the other night, I think. I think narratively it would have been really interesting if Alice had killed PR in the Dreamscape. Imagine imagine having two players who have to roll for new characters immediately after an important like character development arc because both of them made the wrong choice. Would be funny.
My group's been there.
Oh. I have only ever had one of my characters die during D&D. Um one of my Kirby D&D characters, we were literally in the middle of a fight and going back and forth like everybody's partaking in the fight, and then the DM was like, "Okay, the enemy does blah 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 attack and it rolls and it does this much damage." And I kind of sat there for a second and I was like, "Oh, I'm dead." And the DM was like, "No, no, 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 no. You're not dead. You're only dead if the damage was more than what your hit points were." And I was like, "Dude, I had 5, you did 15."
Oh no.
And he was like, "Wait." Because like his whole deal is that he prefers not to kill player characters. So if it can be avoided, he'll do it. But there was like no avoiding that. Like he had just rolled way too good and it slaughtered my dude.
Oh man.
Oh, I also need to point out that my character was our team's only healer.
Oh no.
It was kind of funny though.
Why?
It was kind of funny, and also immediately after that I took a screenshot of like, because we do like partially text messages, not text mess oh, fucking hold on, what am I trying to say? We partially do it in do D&D in voice chat, but also partially type out our messages so that like um key points aren't missed. Um so that if we need to, we can go back and reference something that had been said because the message will be readable in chat. And immediately after my character was like killed, I took a screenshot of like the message of him dying and put a PogChamp on it because I thought it was really funny. Oh, D&D is so fun.
Running a tabletop for you is going to be so cool. Mostly because I can't wait to have a player that is not trying to die 100% of the time. I'm looking at my game groups, Joe, not you, Joe, in chat. Joe treats his characters so bad.
Oh no. I I I
Imagine,
tried.
if you will, a Bionicle with replacement parts and missing parts. The mask is completely gone, but they insist it's still a whole Bionicle. That's one of Joe's characters.
I I try to keep my characters alive because I want to keep playing as certain characters. Like I okay, the one time that one of my characters did die, that campaign was specifically laid out so that we would have a character on the back burner at all times because um we were told from the start that we were meant to have two characters and one of them would die. But we weren't informed we weren't informed which of our two characters would die. So we just kind of like played the game
Mhm.
normally with one character until it got to a point where it was like, okay, now that character's gonna die. Well, my back burner character was the one who died. So it was
Rip.
so it was like, yeah, your main character was supposed to die, but also your back burner character died. What are you gonna do, man?
Were you allowed to like remake or?
Well, so later on we were given back our original characters and the whole dying thing, if I'm remembering correctly, the dying thing was a ruse. But like it was funny in the moment because we were all like, "Wait, shit, you aren't supposed to lose both characters." Joe,
Sorry, I'm still distracted by Pokemon.
Joe, am I allowed to put your drawing of Speedstar on stream? Yippee! I have to move my jar of pickles.
I've seen so many of these Foghorn Leghorn memes lately that my immediate thoughts was a fucking Foghorn rant about how two characters is actually zero characters if they both die.
That boy, I say boy. I can't.
And I say,
I don't know.
boy, and I say, you cannot continue playing because you don't have any characters left. 2 deaths is 2 deaths, and that means 0 characters, boy.
Boy, you got less character. Boy, you got less characters than I can't. Boy, you got less characters than a pig got hair. Wait, no, pigs do have hair. Boy, you got less characters than a rock has hair.
You got less characters than a procrastinate essay on due day.
Oh my goodness. Yippee! It's Speedy.
Yippee! Aww, my
I,
cat's in here.
my cat is in the
He's
other
laying
room
next to me
wailing.
on my bed. Baby. Speaking of Ginger, can you look at me? You a pretty kitty? Hmm? You a pretty
Yeah,
girl?
you did, didn't you, Joe? Look at him.
Look at pretty girl.
He's running.
Who wants to
As
look at
is
my
a speedster's job.
goofy little baby?
I love this art.
Round animal.
Aw, kitty cat.
we've had her for I think this year will have made 10 years since we got her.
Oh,
Or 11,
wow.
I don't remember.
Ooh.
We've had her for a while.
I I have a bug in my brain. I need to draw something. I gotta remember how to do this.
Speaking of bugs in the brain, I know I'm going into computer technology and whatever, but there's something in the back of my brain. This was also spurred on by my mom a little bit, but also you'll probably tell who else spurred this on when I talk about it. There's something in my brain that's just like, hey, you should go into metalworking.
Metalworking?
You should just start, yeah, you should just start working with like metal, like welding, making swords.
Making swords is pretty cool.
Like, I would like to weld. Oh, whose eyes are these?
Uh,
Oh, it's a duck.
let's don't remember how to draw him.
Is this a Darkwing Duck?
It's
Or
supposed
is this
to be
Howard the Duck?
Darkwing, yeah, but I don't remember I don't remember how to draw him. It's been a while.
But you did a pretty good job so far since I was able to recognize him.
Darkwing's just been on my mind a lot lately because of oh, his hat is in the absolute wrong spot. He's just been on my mind a lot lately because of like the Darkwing like pilot leak whatever that just went around.
Oh yeah. Just the absolute mega leak that came out.
I still haven't looked into that properly, but I saw a Guitar Man.
That's the main bad guy from Shred Force who was voiced by Dana Snyder, the voice of Master Shake
Yeah,
from
that's
Aqua
that's
Teen Hunger Force.
that's what got me when I was watching it. I was like, "Oh, this is animated pretty cool. This would have been cool to see." And then Dana Schneider popped out of that guy, and I was like, "Huh, this definitely would have succeeded. What happened?"
Yeah, I did not think that it was gonna be him specifically. Like I thought it was gonna go for I'm some evil dude.
Darkwing counts as superhero arts for the night.
Yeah,
His name is in the title, so that means he's the hero. That's how it works, probably. Unless it's like League of Super Evil, because like those guys were bad. Those guys were evil.
but they were super villains, super and villain.
Let's see. This is going to be completely from memory. Let's see if I can draw. Oh no. Nope, that's not happening. I was gonna try drawing
Let me move.
Launchpad,
Let me
but
move.
I don't remember what Launchpad looks like. Oh, trying to freehand beaks is so hard.
Well, beaks are just like a shape. Y- They're 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 easy to freehand, kind of, but I don't draw them like you do.
I I got I
Like,
I got all my practice in drawing ducks, so I can't draw any other beak shape.
I'm trying to remember what my old like visualization technique for it was. I think in my brain I always imagined like having like a styrofoam cup or a red Solo cup like on your fingers and then another on your thumb, and then cut those in half, and boom, that's a beak. That doesn't make any sense now that I said that out loud.
No, I got it immediately, but I need you to know that I immediately made like the duck mouth shape with my hand and like was looking at it for a second, visualizing. Gladstone. I know how to draw Gladstone. I'll never forget how to draw Gladstone. It's my favorite. He's got a thing going on with his hair where I'm like, yeah, it was the 40s, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the best Gladstone I got in me. I haven't drawn ducks in way too long.
Ducks are cool. I had a classmate in college that was obsessed with ducks. I think she might be a publisher now that I think about it.
A publisher?
Or not publisher, but she's had a book published that was like a kid's book involving ducks.
Huh.
I haven't actually talked to her, but I remember seeing her trying to share it on social media at one point. Someone's put in the graphic design education to use in
Oh,
that case, though.
I had to go find this because it was on my mind the moment I started drawing Darkwing. I guess there is another Darkwing on this canvas. I like his shapes. He's got really good shapes.
Mm-hmm. Warner Bros. Like beaks are good.
This I drew this back when I was doing like reference studies from model sheets.
Ooh, smart.
I don't know if I have any of those on hand anymore. I certainly used to. Alright, good night, Joe.
Good night, Joe.
I'm looking in my duck folder and I just have a bunch of like transparent PNGs of characters. Yeah, okay. Launchpad is here.
Reshaped.
View large icons. Oh, I should draw Pierre. I haven't drawn Pierre in a while. We're straying away from superheroes, but I need to draw Pierre. Whoop.
It would not be a proper drawing session if you stayed on theme the entire time.
True. Literally in the process of forgetting what my own OC looks like while I have a reference open.
Just never forget. Always remember, and then you won't forget. Unless you're me, and then you forget how many stripes Pascal has every time.
Oh, I feel that though.
Pascal looks nice. I love. Of course, I personally am a sucker for anything purple and or lavender.
I appreciate that. I made him periwinkle because that's my favorite color.
It's
Well,
a nice
maybe
color
not,
too.
but like it shifts between green and periwinkle pretty often. So
That's how I feel about purple and turquoise.
turquoise
Those
is a
used to
really good
be
one.
those used to be my main colors as a kid.
Sorry, that noise was awful.
Alright. The one I just made.
No,
Sorry.
no, the one that I made. I don't know if my mic picked that up. I gotta flip my canvas. Flip my
I don't
coin.
think it did.
Oh, well, I made like an awful hissing
Flip my
noise because
coin.
I was getting frustrated.
I thought you were talking about the. I am horrifically lost. I love video game. Was it? Just where?
I love peacock characters.
Very good bird. Very fashionable.
You ever been to a zoo where they just wander around?
Yes.
I have.
Oh, that
Me
reminds
too.
me.
They're cool, but they are mean.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just reminded that so something this is okay, this is relating back to superheroes. Um I've been reading a lot of like Batman comics and stuff and also watching Batman cartoons and stuff. And every time they show Penguin like hanging out in his own home, he's got all these birds in cages and I'm like there's no fucking way. Knowing the kind of character he is, he's probably the kind of person who has peacocks roaming around his property.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Yeah.
way he keeps those birds in cages. Especially not the little shitty cages that they always draw.
That's because that's the only cage they have the assets for.
But like that man is like so well versed in birds. He knows so much about birds and like their care and all of that. I don't think he would be a shitty bird owner. I resent I resent DC for always portraying him as a shitty bird owner.
Yeah. Messed up.
I thought I had something to say about peacocks too, and I totally forgot because I went on my little ramble. Whoops.
Penguin brain.
I don't know that many peacock characters now that I think about it. I know there's Pave from Animal Crossing, the dude from Kung Fu Panda
Ooh,
2.
that's a good
Mm-hmm.
one.
Shen is really good.
Yeah, I need to actually watch the movie, but I've seen a lot about him specifically.
You haven't watched Kung Fu Panda 2?
No, not yet. My sister wants to watch it with me at some point, though.
I
Make
highly
sure it
recommend
happens.
it.
Kung Fu Panda is good.
Everybody always says it's the best of the Kung Fu Panda trilogy. Well, it's a quadrilogy now. Well,
Yeah.
the fourth one wasn't as good.
Now the fourth one was kind of meh, but the first three I think are all pretty solid.
That's understandable. They can't all be winners.
Quadrilogy
I
is a
think
funny
I
word.
know there's at least one Peacock Digimon though.
I'm pretty sure. I can't think of what it is.
Oh, it's literally Peacockmon. Oh, that's not. No, I know that. No, there's a different one who looks like a peacock.
There's a Digimon for everything at
I
this
know there's
point.
Delumon. Yeah, for the most part, there was.
Oh yeah. I bet there's no Digimon for a pile of trash or an ice cream.
There
Well,
is
there is one for a garbage can.
there is a garbage can one. One of my favorites even. Hi.
I know I'm remembering. It's not Peacockmon though.
I
It was.
Sly.
Well, hello. I
Oh.
do not remember, and there's too many Digimon to just go through every bird-looking one.
There's not that many Digimon. I say knowing full well that there are that many Digimon.
I think right now there's over 1,400. How many?
There's
Let me see
certainly a
how
lot.
many.
Did we ever get a name for that new little one that was shown in like the cover art for Liberator?
Which one? There were several.
The the the
The little
the
frilled lizard-looking
yeah,
one?
the little frilled lizard looking one.
Not yet. We do not know the name of that baby. Also, I love how it looks.
I was so I like I watched that video where it was like a bunch of guys talking about Digimon Liberator that was like an hour long. And when they got to showing the new evolutions for Impmon, my jaw was on the floor.
The guitars for wings on the Mega.
Oh, it was
So cool.
like
So cool.
I'm so excited for those.
Remember, someone's just like, he stole Guillemon's Evos. But I. That's another thing I like about Digimon recolors, so to speak. It's like they're recolors, of course, but they're also their own thing. It's not just, oh no, this is just a single rare variant that you can only find by soft resetting 50,000 times. No,
Right?
that's his own dude right there.
Mhm.
And you can have both of them if you want.
I wonder if that's strange for the Digimon.
How so?
Like, it's a guy that looks like you and has like roughly the same abilities, kind of, but like they're a different color. Or like in the case of like the Lego ones, they're just opaque. It's like they're like mirror dimension versions of each other in various ways, to various degrees. I've noticed.
I was gonna make a joke that that's just how every Digimon feels seeing a Betsumon, but um oh, those are my sketches. I feel like it depends on the Digimon in question because like some of the recolors have different roles than the like primary the ones with that have like the quote unquote standard colors. Like You have Angemon, but there's also Pidmon, who is just a pink Angemon, who are like lower on the like angel scale. Because the Pidmon are considered just foot soldiers compared to Angemon. So like I think it depends on the Digimon specifically. Oh,
I am sorry, I keep getting distracted. Well, I'm gaming, so but
I keep getting
speaking
flashbanged
of
by my own
Digimon,
art.
I have been designing my own. I have been designing my own variants. I never finished designing the Digimon variants I thought up. I think have I ever shown you guys the Digimon variants I was working on?
I don't believe so.
Uh,
You might have that one time
I
that
think
we
I
were
might
on
have posted.
call in uh the Shroom Squad server.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I posted them in the Digimon server we're also in. Let me just yoink these real quick.
I do not think you've shown me any of this,
Not yet.
so
I'm getting them right now.
I'm excited.
None of these are finished, but got Weeping Willamon. Oh. None of these colors, I don't know if these colors will be final or not.
Oh, I'm struggling now.
This one might be a bit hard to see because it's just the line art, but
Bro's struggling.
Oh, I do remember these. Yes.
the struggler.
That's
Ooh.
I'm struggling because I so I have the full evolution line for my Bella themed Digimon like planned out, but what I'm struggling on is the perfect evolution because like the way I had imagined it is that the perfect evolution kind of takes after the superhero version, so it's kind of like leaning into the like, oh, this is a human Digimon thing, where the final stage is going to be like something big and monstrous. But now I'm like, how do I redesign
Mhm.
this in a way that's more Digimon?
Caramon.
Yeah. Basically, my idea for some of these was just for some two of these are a duo, Swamp Wizardmon and Bog Witchmon. I was just like, there's not many swamp themed Digimon, and also, people always talk about bog witches, and then I was like, what about swamp wizards? Swamp Wizardmon's hat is a lily pad. They're aquatic beastmen for a reason. They can breathe underwater, and they use the lily pad as camouflage.
Ooh. Big brain stuff.
Thank you. And Bog Witchmon is on a tree branch. I think I was replacing the broom with the tree branch. I don't know. I might change that up. Maybe, I don't know. And then Weeping Willowmon, I was just like, I like Weeping Willows. They should make that one of the tree Digimon. And I was like, they could do like since Cherrymon has like more of like a fluffy curly hair thing, a Weeping Willowmon could just have like really long, shaggy hair.
I like that a lot. I
And
feel like Weeping Willows aren't used enough in anything.
yeah, they're very pretty trees.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dreamy Caramon is actually my favorite of the bunch because they're going to be like I'm basing them off of the Yume Kawaii moment because like
Yeah.
dreamy cute stuff. So they're gonna be like little twin stars colored, pastel
Aww.
pinks and purples and blues. Especially like I know that their neck ruff specifically I think is gonna be pink,
Ooh.
and they're gonna have some on the wrists, and the thing on their neck can inflate. They're basically their own pillow.
Aww.
They could sleep wherever, and because it can inflate, sometimes they'll just see one just floating in the ocean in water, because they can and will sleep literally anywhere, and you can't stop them.
See, I like Caramon to begin with, so like
Yes, yes, I love
this
Caramon so
idea is
much. I love
fantastic to
Caramon so
me.
much. Like even when I wasn't that into Digimon, we had the Digimon movie on VHS, and that was my only exposure to it for a while. And I still liked Caramon from that movie, and it would still stick with me for years, even after we, got
Hmm.
more into Pokemon and stuff. And even like I think I watched that when I was in either elementary or middle school, and it just stuck with me for the rest of my life. And then, my friend Enzo, he's the one who got me really into Digimon back when quarantine started and we were watching the Digimon Adventure reboot on Crunchyroll. And then we also started Cross Wars at the same time because we figured we'd watch that as we waited for each episode to come out. And then I went through after Cross Wars, went through Adventure, all the way through to Tamers. No, 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 all the way through. We watched. I think the last show we watched was Savers. Uh, and then we watched Ghost Game as that aired, and all the OVAs. I have all like I think I have most, if not all, of the OVAs now saved on my computer. Let me check.
How do you feel about Savers? Like,
Savers, I liked it.
yeah?
I liked it. It was pretty cool. Yeah, and also I just really liked how dude just punched everything. Everything.
I remember
I
as
think
a
there should be more shows where you just punch where people get to punch the Digimon as well.
true. I remember really struggling with that show when I was a kid though, because I did not like Masaru.
I also get that.
I think he's fun now, but like when I was a kid, I was like, I don't like him.
That's it happens.
That's called being a stupid kid.
Yeah. I feel like if I'd actually the funny thing is I think I mentioned this before, but also when I was a
Ugh.
kid, with the only Digimon episode I ever saw was the one where Takaru and Patamon go to the village of New Beginnings and meet Elecmon. But I also knew that because of the movie, it was in a computer, the digital world. You reach it through the computer, and because it sounded like Pokemon and it looked similar to Pokemon, I thought, oh, I get it. Pokemon is in the real world and Digimon is in the digital world. So if you want to play with your Pokemon using the real world, then you go inside your computer and play with the Digimon. I thought it was the same universe.
Oh, but that would be so fun. That would be a fun way to go about it.
Peak child brain, combining all the best things in ways that might work, but trademark ownership will never allow.
Yeah.
Ugh. When I was a kid,
Like
my
I would kill.
ugh,
Sorry, you go first.
um my big thing when I was a kid was that I wanted so badly for just once for them to have like to show Ash with like a one of the V pets Digimon V pets clipped to like his belt or something, or like have a scene with
Oh,
with one of the Digidestin where they're playing Pokemon on a Game Boy.
that would have been really cute. That would have been really cute. You smacked me with your ears. Don't do that. Sorry, my cat's in my room again. She smacked me with her ears. But yeah, like I would kill for like something starts happening in the Pokemon world. But like, what's going on? Like some technology starts going haywire, and somebody has like a Porygon Z, and they're like, "Oh, Porygon Z," and then it starts going crazy and goes, and it's like, "Oh, Porygon Z has a friend. They have a friend who can help," and they go in the computer, and then they come out, and out comes a Wizardmon. It's just like, "Hey, so I'm Porygon's friend. I'm Wizardmon. I'm a Digimon, and we have a problem because some gates have been opening up and some Digimon got sucked into this world, and we gotta go. We gotta bring them home."
I think I love that idea, but I think what would what would slightly throw me off is the fact that like Digimon do die and Pokemon typically don't.
Yeah, that would be that would that's also a fascinating like concept, like dissonance to think about, like people like Pokemon trainers being like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, why are you trying to kill him?" Or be like, "Hey, we don't like the Digimon tries to keep going after a Pokemon faints, and it's just like, no, 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 we don't do that here. We don't do that here." This is like, why? He'll just come back as an egg. And it's like, no, no, he won't. There are Pokemon graveyards in some games. I know there's one in Lavender Town, obviously, and
Well, right, there are Pokemon graveyards, but like you don't typically see them die. Is I guess the difference that I'm getting at is like they do die. It's been shown in like I think it's shown in the anime a couple times, and it's also like obviously in the games, but like the Digimon just die on screen frequently
but at least they get to come back most of the time.
most of the time.
Stairs to like as long as they have a it's kind of like Splatoon, the more I think about it. As long as they have a respawn point, they can come back. For Digimon, it's the Village of New Beginnings. And for Splatoon, it's respawn point. I'll be right back.
Sploon.
Ooh, I'm getting jank on my stylus again, and it's driving me nuts. Okay, come on.
Okay, I'm back. I had to wish my sister goodbye because she had to go to work.
Ooh, at this late at night?
Yeah, she works third shift. She works at the post office.
Ah. I can't get this one curved line to look right because my tablet keeps giving me
Oh,
jank, and it's driving me nuts.
ooh.
Oh, I'm leaving it.
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
I'm just gonna leave it because like I got a good line.
Nice.
I had the passing thought of like this particular Digimon OC is like, oh, this one looks like it could be an evolution of Angoramon, and then I was like, well, that could be said of many things. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting what my own OC looks like.
Sounds like you need a ref sheet.
I really do. There's that post going around on Tumblr that's like, artists, make ref sheets for your OCs before art fight comes around.
Our fight in June.
Yeah, like I keep seeing that post around and I'm like, I just need to make ref sheets in general. I might not even participate
For
again this
real.
year, but like I keep considering it.
I've
Like
never art fighted.
I did it once and it was really fun, but I really need to work on my OCs first before I even think about doing it again. And speaking of ref sheets, I started making ref sheets for my characters, but now I'm gonna go back and revamp them again and give them better posing and everything.
So you guys like participate in community. What is an art fight?
I've never done
Oh,
it.
Artfight's a website. Let me link it to you.
Oh
I've
yeah, but you're like around people, so you know, right?
well, so the idea
Basically,
oh, rock paper scissors to see who gets to
it's
explain it.
scissors.
No.
I think I can explain it kind of easily because we have something in common that I can compare it to. It's like Splatfest.
We kill
If
each
that
other?
No, but basically there's two teams. Your team is randomly chosen for you. Although if you want to change it, you can, but I think you can only do it once or twice. I don't remember. But basically, there will be a theme and two teams. And the goal is to attack the other team by drawing their OCs. You can make a drawing, you can make a sculpture, you can make an animation. It could be a sketch, it can be a color, it can be colored and rendered, and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
And you get more points. I think the more characters you draw and the more you make, and and that's basically it. You attack by drawing somebody's OCs, and they attack by drawing your OCs. If you get attacked, you can attack them back by drawing their OC, and so on and so forth.
You can also do
And
friendly
that
fire.
continues, and then yes, you can also do friendly fire, so you can attack people on your own team if you want to draw their OCs. Hang on a second, I'll be right back.
I've been wanting to do it, but I chicken out every year. And I've even had people in my Tumblr ask box asking me, "Hey, are you going to do that this year?" And the answer is always no.
That's fair. It sounds like a significant like time commitment, for
Okay, I'm
one
back.
thing. For two, I don't think I could like get myself to participate in something like that because I'm very particular about my OCs and like who gets to touch and who doesn't. You know.
Oh yeah, same. There is also that. That I would have to like go through my OCs and curate which ones I would be okay with random people drawing. I've said before that Bella is free game. Bella and Betty. But
Yeah.
okay. I think maybe part of the reason that I consider Bella specifically to be like free game if people want to draw him is because he is like one of my one of my two VTuber personas. So like at that point it's just fan art.
True. I can see
Yeah.
that logic.
As for me, I feel might be a weird thing to not so much say, but like this feels weird whenever I think about it. But I should draw my original OCs more. I only have two of them, and I should probably draw them more. But I only ever really want to draw fan art. Fan art is like my favorite thing to draw. And it always feels weird because like so many people are always like, you don't have to draw fan art. You can draw your original seasons, but I like fan art.
I feel like you should
But
just
I'll
it
draw
like
kinda
what makes
like
you happy.
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, like I'll like I've noticed it's kind of like a monthly thing. One month I'll be like, I really want to draw my own characters a ton. I want to like do a bunch of that, and then the next month I'll be like, all right, now I want to draw everyone else.
Okay. Sorry. Apparently 211 people have visited my website
Oh,
today. I don't know where these people are coming. Wait, actually, no. I recently got my button added to somebody's site because I added their button to my site, and I think that might be why. All right, sorry.
Nice.
Sorry for interrupting, but
yippee.
what were you saying, Lear? Or
I
did you
go like
finish?
I can repeat it. I was just
Yeah.
saying that like I kind of go back and forth month to month between like wanting to draw my own stuff and wanting to draw stuff for all my friends,
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
all my fellows.
That's a good song. And now I can finally boot up Clip Studio
Huh?
Paint and work on specifically what I need to do is not just work on my story, but specifically work on my characters themselves. Like I need to really think about what are their traits, what are their flaws, what's wrong with them.
It's time to put characters through a situation.
Yeah. I do have a bit of like world building stuff that I've thought about too.
I want to do some. I did want to do personal art, but I've got a commission to work on, so I'm doing that at the moment.
That's understandable.
Me being all like homework first.
Uh,
I
ugh.
hate putting off anything that I'm like responsible for.
You okay?
I I I was looking at Twitter and looking at my activity on Twitter, and I came across that VTuber who uses AI art for everything again.
Ooh.
Not just AI art for their model, but also AI art for their quote unquote selfies. Like they
Huh?
I I'm not even kidding. They use AI to make like perfect looking selfies of somebody that's definitely not them. They always crop the face out.
Strange behavior.
Very
Don't
strange
like that.
behavior. Anyway, the only reason I was looking at my the only reason I was looking at my notifications on Twitter was because apparently my tweet about streaming tonight was liked by an energy drink brand, which is very funny.
Which one?
It's called Havoc. I've never heard of it before.
Wait, you cut out for a second. It's called what?
Havoc.
Havoc. Oh.
Never heard of it, but
Oh, it's this brand.
is this brand good?
Oh, I think my sister drinks that stuff. I have no idea. I don't do energy drinks.
Me neither.
Oh, well, I do. Rudy, don't even joke. They have a thing in their description on Twitter that says apply for sponsorship.
Havoc Energy Drink is the ultimate gaming energy drink for streamers and gamers. Elevate your gaming experience with Havoc Energy Drink.
I mean, if an energy drink brand did want to sponsor me, there's only one brand that I wouldn't take a sponsorship from, I guess. Well, to be fair, I don't know if that brand is still around. Oh,
Which one,
it's called
if you don't mind me asking?
it's called Spike. I only ever tried it once, and I only tried it once because it made me horrifically ill for 2 days.
Oh,
Good
I
reason not to take
situation.
them.
The Raid Shadow
For
Legends
real.
of Drinks. Yeah, I tried that Spike energy drink once, and like anytime I used to, I don't do this anymore, but there was a good like 2 years where anytime I saw an energy drink that was like a brand that I had never tried before, I would buy it immediately and try it. And I used to keep a list of like energy drinks I've tried and how I felt about them. Um but like I basically stopped doing that after I tried Spike because it made me so sick. But my process for that would always be like after I bought it, I would read the label. Um I would buy it and read the label and kind of know what I'm getting myself into, I guess. Because like you can kind of tell when an energy drink is going to be shit based on the label, and I don't really know how to explain it, but um so I was reading the label for this one, and the warning label, just the warnings took up, I swear, a full side of the can. And it was like a long list of
Oh,
warnings, like don't drink this if blah 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 blah, and they were like really specific warnings too. And then in the middle of this like list of warnings was one particular warning that said, "Do not drink if you are mentally ill." It didn't say mentally ill in those words. It said mentally something. And I can't remember what that word it used was, but it basically meant mentally ill.
Mhm.
Um, and I was like, huh, that's concerning, and drank it anyway. And I was almost bedridden for 2 days.
it could sense the mental illness, and it was like he didn't listen.
This one's on Tumblr. Attack!
Not only will you be mentally ill, you'll be physically ill too.
The illnesses must match. Kill this man now!
Fry his organs.
Oh man.
Put them under his nails.
I It didn't even taste good. I think I could give it a pass if it tasted good, but it didn't even taste good.
Oh, that's the worst part
Mm-hmm.
of like anything. If especially if you buy something expensive, like if you're going out on a limb and you're like, I'm gonna try this new expensive thing, and then you try it and it doesn't even taste good, and you don't like it. It's like, ugh. That's why I'm scared to order new stuff at like restaurants and stuff sometimes, because it's always like I want to try new things. It's like, what if you spend like all this money and then you don't even like it? You
Yeah.
wasted the chef's time, you wasted your money, bad feelings all around. Just get the stuff you do like, so that way you're all set.
Here's your fucking Riddler, Rudy.
The riddle. The Roodler. Because he's rude. This makes me think of that comic where the one guy's like just walking and then he looks over and sees the guy giving him the middle finger and he's like, hey! Hey! Why? And then the guy cries about it.
Oh my goodness.
Idiot.
Oh, something I wanted to work on was doing my own designs for the Batman rogues, but I feel like that's too big a project to take on because like I don't feel like I have
There's
that
a lot of
much.
those.
There's a lot of those, but I don't feel like I have that much time to draw much anymore. As much as I want to. Cuz like I go to work, I work full time, I come home and I immediately go to bed. It sucks.
Oof, yeah, it does.
Are you saying I need to be a hater about doing my own designs for the Batman rogues? I love that the album icon for the song I'm listening to is not correct for the song that's playing.
Why not?
I don't know why it's doing that. It was doing that earlier because it was playing an ad, and when I went to go like find some really mid Batman rogues to be a hater about. Because if we're talking really mid Batman rogues that I'm a hater about, Professor Pig is at the top of my fucking list. Professor Pig upsets me so much because, like, in theory, he is my kind of character, but, like, in practice, every time I see him, I'm like, I gotta kill this man. I need to kill him.
You know how I trick myself into doing a project like that?
Hmm.
Say it's an April Fool's joke, and then have it keep expanding until it's no longer an April Fool's joke. I've had like 3
stroking
things take off because of that.
stroking my chin, wondering if this is a reference to anything in particular.
Well, it's a reference to one thing in particular, of course, and that would be my fucking persona. But I like the other 2 projects were let's see here. They were older, but they're like how I got through things in like high school. Like I had an independent study for 3D modeling, and I was like, I'm not gonna treat this seriously because the school computers are so bad. And then I got stubborn about it and was like, I'm doing it for a joke. And by the end of the like semester, I think I had like a fully like rigged up skeleton because like
That's
Undertale
awesome.
was the thing at the time.
That
And so I had
rules.
like I mean it's a way to get through something, and like I had to do something with the time, I guess.
I
I
mean,
have
it
no idea where
works.
the project files ended up, but like long story short, if you want something to become serious, treat it as a joke.
It's
the
Yeah,
more
that's
invested
honestly.
the more invested you get on making it funny, the more serious it becomes.
that's Alice. That is Fraggle Alice. Ugh.
Intervene, man.
Well, okay, you know, I feel like that's how I was about like my Rabbids stuff. Because like okay, let me back up a step. I do like the Rabbids. I have always liked the Rabbids. I did just kind of get a little bitter about like the whole like oh no Rayman games, but the Rabbids get all these games. Like I was a little bitter, but I have always liked the Rabbids. But like when I was like getting into like the Mario and Rabbids games and watching Rabbids Invasion from Nickelodeon and all that shit, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make OCs as a joke! And now look where that got me. I have a fully rigged new fucking model of my Fursona that I did by hand myself because I decided to make my Rabbid Sona as a joke. Like,
See,
it works. It really works.
you're see, you've already got this technique down.
Oh, who's DMing me?
When in doubt, do it for the phony.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like Smithy, I'm not sure if you've heard the story, but Pascal was an April Fool's joke that got way out of hand.
Oh.
Needless to say, it was one of the best and most freeing decisions I ever made with my life.
It Pascal looks really good. Really
I
good.
love Pascal.
I think dude, he's one of the characters that went through like the most revisions. I think they've had I think they're in like iteration 3 at the moment. Granted, I don't think it's going to go beyond that, but like I rarely reiterate my characters or like change them beyond like small details for the most part.
I think my sorry, I just remembered I hadn't fed one of my online virtual pets in a while, and she
Uh-oh.
straight up died. So
No!
I had to hatch a new one.
I am sorry for your loss.
It's okay. I had her for a year though. I was doing good, but then I got sick in college. But baby is baby is back. Baby is back.
Yo, I have a virtual pet story actually. Now
Oh.
that um when I was in junior high, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver were the like modern ones at the time. Um and I guess it's not really a virtual pet since you don't take care of it, but my Pokewalker got lost one day because it fell off my belt while me and my
Oh.
best friend were like just doing loops around the playground. And I found it in the spring, still working. Those
Amazing.
things are hardy as hell. We're talking it survived like I think I lost it in February, so it survived like 2 more months of winter being fucking melted all over. And then it rained on top of that.
Back when Nintendo and game made hardware to last. Actually, I don't even know if Nintendo made the hardware for that.
No clue, but I still have it. It needs a new battery, but like if I can get that it'll probably keep working.
Yeah. Ah, sorry. I'm looking up Goblimon right now so I can get. I need to save some pictures as references for my girl, because she's the main character. Actually, Leo, have I talked about my webcomic with you yet?
I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. I seem to recall just like a tiny
Okay, I don't want
introduction to
to.
that.
Basically, I've had this in my mind for a while. I was talking with one of my other friends about it. Oh, it's been
1 week since you
just a
looked at me. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry. I have that song on my Spotify because of the Digimon movie.
Oh my goodness, I
But
forgot about that.
yeah. Remember, I was originally talking with my friend about how like a Digimon MMO where you could play as like the Digimon themselves. Like there would be no humans. It would be a digital world only.
Yeah, Mystery Dungeon style.
Yeah, and like you would have 8 starting Digimon, 2 of each type, 2 virus, 2 data, 2 vaccine, 2 free. And like one of the free digis would have been Karamon, and one of the free virus would have been Goblimon. And like the idea was depending on which Digimon you picked and which type you were, certain NPCs would talk to you differently. You know, it would probably affect your quests and stuff. Of course, I can't make an MMO. And then I was also thinking about how there a lot of Digimon are kind of typecast as antagonists or villains,
Mhm.
especially Goblin. Whenever they're in an anime or an OVA, 90% of the time, if they're not just some stupid idiots, they're cannon fodder. They're the stupid lackeys of the actual big bad or whatever. It's like, where's the chill ones? Where are the ones who were like friends and stuff? Like, cause like it's always like some Digimon get to have varied appearances in anime and some don't. Like the only time Karamon has ever appeared in anime has been 3 times, and every time they've been in not only an antagonist, but in their first and its second appearance in Sabers, they were just kind of not so much uncontrollable, but it was just mainly kind of mindless sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? Why don't I make Digimon that are primarily used as like the antagonists or the antagonist lackeys and fodder, and have them be the main characters. So that's what I'm doing. My main characters. Let me see if I can get. Now these are once again not finished, and I need to do more with it. Let me. Section.
Ugh.
Let me wait. I have Clip Studio Paint open. I can literally just open it and take pictures of them. But let's see. Profiles. Here we go. These pictures. These are not final, of course. But these are my main characters. Got main girl Thistle. We got Mickey. We have Neve, and that is how that's pronounced. I didn't know it was how that was pronounced, but it's and the one who I really need to work on, Giacomo. And while I don't want to, also if you're wondering why the digicode looks weird, it's because it's what I have for each of their handwriting.
Ooh. Giving
And
characters like canon handwriting is super cool.
Oh,
yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's real fun to do. And it's an aspect, you know, to think about. Like,
Hmm.
what do they write like? What do they eat like? What do they? How much of what they do and how they are is from their personality? How much of it is from the culture they've lived in? How much of it is from whether or not they were socialized or how they were socialized? Like, and I don't want to go too into the story because one, haven't finished it up yet, and two, I do want to keep some stuff a secret.
Hmm.
But the main gist of it so far is it's kind of like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon because there is their adventure. Well, it's kind of like it's a mixture of that and well, I have a lot of I have a. Let me see if I can find the inspo sheet I got for it. Inspo list. Here we go. I got a lot of inspo for a lot of this stuff. But basically, it's like one thing is this is not taking place in the Yggdrasil server. This is taking place in Homeros server.
Ooh.
So there's probably not going to be, and this is important for two reasons. The first being, I notice a lot of stuff, at least in a lot of fan stuff I've seen, doesn't really focus on that, and a lot of official stuff hasn't focused on that. Besides the new story game that's coming out. And another thing is because it helps make the main antagonist a bit more. Also did it when I realized who I could have the main antagonist as. I was like, wait a minute, yes. Well, this is technically, and forget it. The main I basically, I'm also just really into like, hey, what it's kind of, well, depending on who does it, it is kind of tired, but like, what if good thing bad is always interesting to do about. and and one thing that really got me going was the Shadowbringers expansion of Final Fantasy 14, because it did something and I was like, oh, we need more of this. We need more of this for real. Although I don't know, do you guys mind if I talk about Final Fantasy 14 spoilers or not?
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I haven't. I've never been into that.
Okay,
I
so
I don't care about
basically,
spoilers like ever.
all right. Basically, the Shadowbringers expansion it's considered one of the best for a reason. It's you get there are okay, so for a bit of reference, there's technically 14 other there's 14 there were 14 worlds, and then 8 of them were destroyed, but there are still some that remain. And you were in the main one in the main world, but there's other worlds called shards. And the story of Shadowbringers is you get isekai'd into another shard, the first shard, and that world is currently suffering from an imbalance of light. The main antagonists, the main enemies you have to fight, are these things called sin eaters. And most, if not all of them, especially the higher ranked ones, look like angels.
Ooh.
And out of the bosses of each area are all named after types of love. Let me see, the Light Wardens, that's it. Those are like the strongest ones. Let's see, Light Warden. Not the fandom wiki.
Sorry if you see me just like making faces and fucking around. I'm enjoying the physics of my model.
Oh no, I get that completely. This is the quest.
Anything to avoid the drawing heroes, huh?
Ah, yes. So, of the 5 Light Wardens, 3 of them are named after types of love. There's Eros, Philia, and Storge. Or Storge. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce. Storge, in particular, is the one that interests me the most because all of its attacks are named after medieval torture methods.
Ooh.
The only reason I know this is because I have a horrid history books about, like, the medieval times. It's got like Skull's Bridle. I think one of the attacks was Brazen Bull. I don't remember. Let me see. I know one of them was, I think, the Heretic's Fork. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Light Warden. Intestinal Crank, Heretic's Fork, Breaking Wheel, Crystal Nail, Censure. I could have sworn that there was an attack called Skull's Bridle. Could have sworn it had one.
Mm.
Well, now I feel like I've been missing out, not playing Final Fantasy.
But
Ugh.
Because this sounds cool as heck.
It is, and most sin eaters are called forgiven something, forgiven contrition, forgiven hypocrisy, forgiven obscenity, and so on and so forth, which is fascinating. And the fact that and there is no night in this world. It is only light. It is only sunlight. And I find that so cool and fascinating. And I was just like, man, light as a corrupting force, light as evil, light as the thing you're supposed to be scared of.
I love that
So
shit.
cool,
Hmm.
so fascinating. I'm stealing. and, I- and basically, the main antagonist is is a Seraphimon. I'm thinking. I know it's got to be. I'm having it be one of the holy Digimon, and I'm thinking Seraphimon because we haven't really had Seraphimon as an antagonist. Technically, I know there was a whole Dark Seraphimon because Mercurymon still sniped his data, but I'm talking about regular Seraphimon. And this dude basically comes from the Yggdrasil server to the Homera server for one specific reason. He wants to eliminate all Dark and Virus type Digimon. And the way he's doing it is like I haven't fully thought out his whole plan and motivation and stuff, but like any dark virus, maybe some free Digimon, basically anything, basically a lot of the antagonistic Digimon species that are used all the time, and it's like, and like I'm having it open with one of the main characters getting their entire home destroyed by the Seraphimon,
Ooh.
and like you don't see what happens after he uses. I'm thinking it's the Seven Heavens attack, and like you see it like wipe everything out, and then it goes to our main character Thistle, and then but later on when they go to where her to where the where our other character Neve, where her village used to be, the first thing they notice is it is just white. It's not wireframe. It's just white. It is a white void. And despite the fact that they were going there at night, the moment they cross into where the attack landed, it is just bright as daylight. But it's cold. There is no warmth to whatever this sun is supposed to be. There is no light. There is only light. There is no warmth. There are no shadows. It is just them in a white void, and it is horrifying. And that's what he wants to do. He and like another thing I want to kind of handle in is, of course, also I love the Bat Devimon you're working on right now, but another thing I want to focus on is like even when like they find out this is happening and they're like, hey, we gotta warn somebody. You gotta a lot of the Digimon who find out about this or are all kind of have a similar reaction of, well, at least it's just the virus types. They usually cause trouble anyway. And it's like, hey, wait. It's like it's kind of like the like some like it'll be like, oh, it's just these Digimon. Oh, it's just this until dude starts getting more and more power hungry. It's like, I never thought the leopard eating party would eat my face, type thing. I still haven't completely fleshed this whole thing out yet. But like, actually, let me talk about Thistle specifically. Now, you might notice the whole adventurer thing. Basically, there are a lot of Digimon that are adventurers in this server, in this world. There's Adventurers Guild. The one in her village specifically is going to be inside of a giant windmill. There's a lot of windmills in the village, and I thought, oh, having one be a giant windmill would be cute. And
Oh.
Thistle wants to be an adventurer so bad that and she does. And like the main, like I think like the first chapter, or first few chapters, is her first earning the right to become an adventurer by doing stuff for the guild and getting her father's approval specifically because her father is like, you, I don't want this to happen to you, like hang on a second, but it's not like it's like, you know how a lot of the times it'll be like character will be like, I want this, and their parent will be like, no, and it'll be like they're like angry or something. He's not angry, he's sad and also scared and worried. He doesn't mention the full thing. Like, you know, he's hiding something, but he's like, I don't want you to get hurt. And your twin, and she has a twin sister. Her twin sister, her dad's name is Thorn, and her twin sister is Bramble. Her sister's a shamanmon, which comes into play later because she literally predicts the future because, you know, that's what they do. And she basically gets a vision. It's just like she's just like, hey, we're all going to die. Somebody needs to do something about this. And this was like, I'll do it. But basically, Thorn is like, her dad is like, no, no, do not. It's like, you're not going to be an adventure. I don't want you to be an adventurer. I don't want you to get hurt. Your sister would miss you. But then eventually she does prove to him, like, hey, not so much that she's capable of it, but she's just like, she's just like, I want to. She's like, you got to learn about the world when you were my age. I just want to do the same thing, and I just want to help people. And eventually he does relent, and he's like, okay, but be careful. Write home often. Check in with your sister. I love you. Your sister loves you. Your family loves you. Like, everybody in the village is gonna miss you. And then she gets her adventurer's ID, which is the ear cuff. Specifically, every adventurer has a specific ID item, like an accessory. Ear cuff, tail cuff, some get rings, some get bracelets, some get piercings. A lot of people get piercings. Some have amulets. And specifically the rose part of her ear cuff is the main form of identification, because that's going to be made of of some sort of crystal. Don't know which crystal yet. But basically, each one has a different color depending on. I don't know if there's going to be I think there should be a rank system, probably to give her something to aspire to, and add something that, like, sometimes in between story beats it'll be like, oh, gotta rank up. Oh, there's adventures with higher ranks. Let's ask them for advice. Oh, this and that. And but even when she goes to get the adventurer's ID, the guildmaster is really excited for her because he's like, hey, you're the first Goblimon to try this in several years. And she's like, why? And the guildmaster's like, I don't know. He does. I'm assuming he probably would know, but he probably just doesn't want to scare her out of it. But like this, so she becomes an adventurer. She starts going out helping some people. Sometimes it works. Sometimes some Digimon are apprehensive, even though she has the adventurer's ID. You cannot fake these items, by the way. Oh, I'm making it a webcomic, actually, Rudy. I'm planning this out as a webcomic. Um, and it's, it's coming out eventually. Um, but okay, I know I said I wasn't going to spoil too much, but I literally have to in order to explain something. 'Cause the reason, like, eventually, okay, I just said you can't fake the IDs. The reason you can't fake the IDs is because they're made of, chrome, a specific type of chrome digizoid, and you can tell a fake one immediately because they will always be dull compared to what the actual ID is in the crystal. And even though she's like, "Hey, no, it's real. You can trust me. I'm an adventurer." Some Digimon that's like, "Mm-mm, mm-mm," and she doesn't understand why. But some Digimon, she is able to help. The ones who generally accept her help are usually Virus or Dark Digimon, and ones who tend to reject her are Data and Vaccine, and especially like Light and Holy Digimon. And she's like, I wonder why." And it's like, oh. And then eventually she ends up running out of food because she didn't pack enough food. And she was like, oh, better go pick some mushrooms. And then that's when she meets Mickey, a little Gazimon, who's just like, oh, no, my mom taught me how to pick mushrooms. And they meet up, and the rest of the story happens. But eventually, other Digimon start noticing Thistle and going, oh, you're Thorn's kid, aren't you? And she's like, yeah, how did you know? And they're like, oh, you look just like him. And she thinks, oh, he was a Goblimon as a kid. It's not until a Digimon who is a bit older, has a little bad memory, and it's just like, "Oh, Thorn, welcome back. I missed you, man." And then she's like, "No, I'm not my dad. What made you think? Is it because we're both Goblimon?" And she's like, "No, you literally have his ear cuff. I thought you were him because like I'm getting old." And then you find out that the reason Thorn didn't want her to become adventurous because that was his ear cuff. He used to be an adventurer, and the Digimon who recognized him was part of the adventurers group he was in. Like, it was him and a group of various free virus, data, vaccine Digimon. He was one of the few, virus types. And the reason he gave up is because even though he and I think at least a few other virus Digimon were part of the group, whenever anyone would give the group any recognition, he and the other Virus and Dark Digimon were always conveniently left out. He has a picture on his mantle of the whole group together, and that was the only reason that picture exists is because somebody, one one Digimon was like, "Oh, I'll take a picture of all of you because you're a whole group. It's great." Like it was like their first outing. But anything mentioning the group he was in like any like newspapers or publications or anything, would always have everyone but him and the other virus types in it. And it was like, oh, these helpful Digimon, they did everything. They like these Digimon are good and they helped us and they did everything right and it's and like and the fact that even after everything he does, after everything they all do, and the reason they all tend to split up is because they all realize, hey, you're not giving our friends their due. Why aren't you giving them their due? And it's like they didn't do anything. It's like no, even when they did a good portion of the work, it's like why aren't you giving our friends their due? Why aren't you? Why don't they get the same things as the rest of us? And it's like you guys joined because you have good intentions. They clearly have bad intentions, and it's just like, but like they all had good intentions, and eventually that is why they split up, and that is why Thorn retires because he realizes he gives up because it's like no matter what I do, no matter how many Digimon I help, no matter how much prove that hey you're wrong. I do have good intentions. I have just as good intentions as anybody else. I'm not the bad guy. Everyone's just like, oh, that's a Goblimon. They've always make trouble when they're in groups or when they're alone. That's just what they are. That's just what they do. And it's like, no, that's not all they do. And that's why he gives up. That's why he's resigned himself. Because when he says he doesn't want Thistle to get hurt, what he means is he doesn't want her to be hurt the way he's been hurt. She still gets hurt the way he gets hurt, but she does not give up because she's got. Well, that's something else I got to work out. But basically, prejudice is gonna be a part of this because, well, you. It's because I'm tired of Bandai and Toei constantly typecasting these mon as evil. That it's like, and it's also we've had very few evil Digimon in the like, and like even then like I'm not gonna it's not gonna be like oh every virus dark free Digimon is good because some of them are still massive jerks, some of them are still actually evil, but there's also Digimon of the other vaccine data holy and so on and so forth that are evil. It's a everybody has the potential for good or evil. It's what you do with it. It's not what you are, it's who you are, kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I love that kind of stuff.
The entire thing sounds really interesting. I can't wait to see when you've actually put it together.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I
Same.
also can't wait for when I actually put it together.
We're all rooting
Fair
for
enough, it's
you.
always the creator that wants to see it the most.
Also, I was looking up Goblimon for references, and I forgot how I mean this as kindly as possible. Scary they looked in Digimon World and Digimon World Digital Card Arena specifically. Like this is the let me see. Can I get a big enough picture? I cannot. There are no higher resolution. Oh wait. Digimon World
Um,
Goblimon. Let's see, do we have a full picture of how they look in Digimon World specifically? No, but we do have a picture of how it looks in Tamers. Another thing I noticed is how they never really closed their mouths. The only time I've seen a Goblimon with a fully closed mouth and no teeth exposed is in the Snow Goblimon card by Koki. But I'm looking specifically for Digimon World
Ogremons like that
1. So let
too.
me see if yeah, the only time I've seen one picture of Ogremon with its mouth slightly closed, with like both teeth closed, it was from one of the anime. I don't know which one. I'm assuming it's Tri because I haven't seen that yet. But like, I understand why, but also it's like, well, bro, cover your teeth. You're gonna get dirt from outside on your teeth. It's not gonna be fun. Okay, so I guess I have to rely on the itty bitty pictures. I'm sorry, these pictures are going to be so horrifically small, but this thing, this is. I just don't. I I just don't like the way.
He looks like a Warcraft orc.
Oh,
Yeah,
ooh.
It's
and they
like the
still kind of look like.
no, it's like the exact midpoint between a Warcraft orc and a Warhammer orc.
And then there's the one from D1 Tamers, which also looks kind of weird. And then in Digimon Story, they were like, "Nah, we gotta go back to this one." And I'm glad they did because it's scary looking.
He
It's so
looks so
scary looking.
happy comparatively in that one.
He does. I think one of my favorite pictures is the Digimon Jintrix one because look at how happy. No, I copied the link instead of the image. Copy image. There we go. Look at this jolly individual.
Ooh, I like how dynamic this one is.
Yeah, the Digimon Crusader and Digimon Jintrix art is some of my favorite. As a matter of fact,
Oh.
I think I think it has one of my favorite Olegmon cards of all time. Let me see.
Why are you
Digimon
drawing the
Jintrix.
SpongeBob sky flowers?
Okay, so it wasn't just me. I've been drawing all night.
Oh yeah, it's from Digimon Jintrix and also Digimon Crusader. Look at this. I don't think is there a bigger version of this?
I drew a
This is as big as it
Fraggle.
gets. Oh,
It's from Wikimon. All the images there are tiny as heck.
yeah.
They gotta
I
be
do like
200
Wikimon,
by
but
200.
my problem, I know that Wikimon isn't perfect, and the fandom wiki also isn't perfect, and it's a fandom wiki, so it's. But my main problem with Wikimon is the fact that it calls some Digimon not so much. I don't really mind that some Digimon are called by their Japanese names, because some of the names are much better than the English ones. It's my problem is with Goblimon specifically. Why would you go with Goburimon? Like it's clearly meant to be Goblimon because it's
Yeah.
a goblin.
Yeah, okay, that's a complaint that I've had as well because like what's that one other Digimon that's Caramon's like final evolution.
Diablomon.
Yes, that one. Like they also opt for the R instead of the L despite what it's obviously meant to be. And it bugs me.
Yeah, although this is gonna sound weird, but I do also kind of understand why it's Diaboromon, solely because it sounds a little more. I don't know how to describe it. Like Diablomon, it makes sense, and of course, but Diaboromon is just like, dude, it's like, dudes. I don't, I don't know why I kind of like it more. Actually, no idea why. But that's another Digimon that I want to have, if not a protagonist role, at least a chill role in an anime at some point. Like I just want to see one chilling. I just want to like I know there was the ones in Tamers at one point, but like I want one where like the main character's like, "Oh, hey, you're a Diablomon." He's just like, "Oh, hey, welcome to my house." And there's a lot of Digimon that have been antagonists that I just want to see as chill because I know there's a chill baby rate, but I know that there's like a chill Vamdemon in the that's another one. I don't I understand why they probably changed it to Myotismon, but also Myotis is the fruit bat.
Yes, exactly.
Like they should have made it like the vampire bat
Fuck you,
is
Rudy.
what is this thing called?
What shape is that?
uh
Look
Vampire
at
bats member
this.
family like
That's a
Desmodontinae.
circle.
That's a rectangle.
That's a circle.
Well, it's a slightly open rectangle. That's slightly open triangle.
You're just drawing different circles that you put through the decimate filter several times.
Not a rectangle. It's not. Oh, it is. It is not closed. So it's a pair of pliers. It could be a pair of
8
pliers, actually.
awesome angles and 8 fantastic sides.
Nope, that's not.
Also, I have to admit, I know people don't like the Adventure 2020 reboot because you know the story and stuff, but I do
Steven
like how
Universe.
Steven Universe. Oh, but I do like the specific frame of Goblimon in it, and I am heavily biased, but I do. It's not one of my favorite seasons, but I do like and respect Adventure 2020 for
Mhm.
one specific episode, and you'll never guess. You'll never guess who. I love him so much. He looks so good.
He does look really cool.
The Olegmon episode is literally my favorite. It's literally my favorite. And the same for Crosswords. When I saw him for the first time in Crosswords, I was like, oh, hello. And the fact that he does not have a card in the TCG yet is a shame and a crime and a travesty. And Bandai Namco owes me $75,000 for every day they do not put him in the TCG. I know we're getting a new booster pack, but that's with the Digimon from the Crosswords manga specifically, and not the anime. And the Death Generals didn't make it into the manga because I think the manga was doing something different by the time they came out. And I think the author himself talked about it in his thing where he's like, "Oh yeah, I wanted to add them, but like there wasn't enough time." And it makes me sad because I would have loved to see them in the manga, but we got them in the anime at least. Well, we got Olegmon again and Splashmon, who was horrifically. Have you seen the original Splashmon, Lear?
Uh, I feel like I have, but I'm gonna need a refresher.
You
Okay, let me show you.
you did
Let me show you what he.
I know
sorry.
you did because he was in my Smasher Pass.
I just remembered an edit I did of him where I made him even thicker. Because I was like, he looks good, but like I felt like his butt should have been teardrop shaped because you know he's got the water teardrop motif literally all over him. But also one of the few cheeked up Digimon characters ever made, and he looks beautiful. And then they put him in Ghost Game.
Oh yeah, this guy. Okay.
They put him in Ghost Game, and they nerfed his everything. They nerfed his boobs, they nerfed his butt, and they nerfed his balls.
Digimon really out here nerfing balls.
Oh, I almost forgot my beautiful, beautiful, beautiful wife was in there. My beautiful, beautiful wife. And I'll be honest, I actually like that Arukenimon is still called Arukenimon instead of Arachnimon because it just sounds. I don't know. It just sounds a bit. I I don't know what's. But
It's
like my
cute.
beautiful, beautiful wife. It's cute. It is cute. She's cute.
I don't remember.
My beautiful, beautiful wife.
I was about to set myself up.
Hmm?
Because I was doing the joke and I was about to say I don't know who's on fourth. No, who's not on fourth? Who is on first?
Oh, that's a baseball diamond.
It didn't
Or a
start as a
baseball
baseball
rectangle.
diamond. If you want to get from second to third, you have to go a really long way.
I remember how excited I was finding out Digimon Ghost Game was coming in the fall, and because that was like that was the first original Digimon series I would have been catching at the time. That wasn't a reboot, because you know. But she's my beautiful, beautiful wife, my beautiful massive spider wife.
Oh, that
I
episode was
don't
so
need.
fucking good.
It was so good. I'd let her do that to me.
I loved
It's
the.
like
I feel like if there's one, oh shit, if there's one thing that Ghost Game did really well in some of its better episodes, it was the sound direction.
It was because the crunching.
Oh, the
It was like,
crunching.
oh,
I think the sound
and speak.
direction in the Betsumon episode was also really good.
Yeah, and he's my beautiful, beautiful husband. And
I love that he has a real coat, like just a real
he,
lab coat the whole time.
it's what he deserves. Seeing him, I, I was like, I'm not gonna say terrified, but I was absolutely scared for him in the Ancient Sphinx Mon episode because it was like, oh, they're gonna. I genuinely thought they were going to kill him. I
Yeah.
genuinely thought they were going to kill him. I would have had a mental breakdown. I would have been sobbing and crying and screaming and slamming my face into a wall and be like, "Where is he? Why would you kill him? Like, why would you do this to me again?"
Rudy, what do you mean by this?
Well, I mean, she said she knew his mom, but was she lying or was she?
Well, she
Actually, it would be
seemed
kind
to
of messed up
know a
if she.
little too much. That's the thing that
Oh, that's
gets me.
true.
What year does this one take place?
I think it was 20. I think it was like current year because well, they had smartphones and everything.
Well,
Well,
but
if
they
there's one thing I know about moms, it's that they love telling social media about everything they do.
I I don't I want to say it takes place a couple years in the future because they have 6G if you look at their
Oh
phones
yeah, that's
sometimes.
true. That's true, and they do have currently working holograms that you can like touch.
So it's modern, but it's like a little further ahead than we are now. Just
Yeah.
a little. I need
Now I'm just going on a Ghost Game trip.
I want to rewatch it so bad.
I remember they announced that there was an English dub for it. I don't
The
know if they're still working on that or not. I kind of hope they are, but also I'm kind of scared because if the English dub isn't good, I will scream and cry and kick my feet and scream and cry. And if
Yeah.
they do what they did with the Adventure 2020 reboot and put it on the Windows Store,
Oh.
I am going directly to Toei and finding where their humidifier is and pouring 5 gallons of root beer in there.
They,
I
re- excuse me, they put a dub on the Windows Store.
uh-huh.
They did. They did. They put the dub of the Adventure 2020 reboot on the Windows Store and only on the Windows Store.
This is like how that For Honor documentary was only available on Steam or DVD order,
Ugh.
and
You,
it's not available on Steam anymore.
you can't even buy it on DVD. I wish I could. Actually, yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Why is it that you could not get this on DVD? Why couldn't they just put it on DVD and Blu-ray?
Rip
Oh,
Toei.
Toei
maybe.
I'm gonna go straight back to watching the original adventure on DVD.
Yeah, I am so happy that Discotech is going to be releasing an actual English dub of our war game as well as Digimon the movie on Blu-ray and DVD. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And like this and this will be the only way I can get Adventure and O02 and stuff. I hope Discotech is able to
Uh
do every Digimon season. Like I know we already technically have Try and Kazuna and stuff on Blu-ray, but the series we need on Blu-ray the most is Cross Wars
oh yeah.
and Hunters. Can't
Oh. Did you ever find the second season of Cross Wars, the English dub?
the
Cuz
yeah.
I
They
was
had it on the Internet Archive. I downloaded it off the Internet Archive. It is now on
okay,
my
good.
computer forever.
Cuz I had totally forgotten to let you know that I found it.
Oh,
I oh I I was watching it like a month ago, and I was I I was looking at the credits to see who a certain character was because I could have sworn I recognized the voice, and fucking Matt Mercer is Beelzemon.
yeah. And I remember Patrick Sates was Olegmon in that one, which the only reason I remember that is because Patrick Sates is also the voice of Ladiva in Grand Blue Fantasy. I love. Have you ever seen Ladiva from Grand Blue Fantasy?
I have not.
Okay, do you want to see her? Do you want to see her?
Yes.
She's so pretty. Let me see if I can get a good picture of her. E- I saw her. I saw a video of her in the Grand Blue fighting game, and I'm like, wow, that's my wife now.
Oh, I have seen this character.
She's so pretty. She's so pretty.
I remember seeing her, and like I specifically remember seeing her because like people were coming out of the woodwork to be like, you need to support her, otherwise you don't support women with beards. And I'm like, so true.
So true. And she's got huge boobs. She's got it all. She's got the beard and she's got the boobs. She's look at this cube. Look. She's got good vibes. She's just she's everything to me. She is the reason I have Grand Blue Fantasy on my phone. She is literally the only reason I have this game on my phone. Was it a mistake to get a game for only one character? Probably, but like I do kind of like it so far.
Okay, but that's what got me back into like Rabbids with Rayman through that DLC, so I'd say it's fair.
Yeah. The thing is she's a super rare character, so I need to get real lucky. But one day I will, and she's going to be my star character for the rest of my life. So pretty. Just so pretty.
The the jankiness with my stylus is back while I'm trying to draw a Betsumon.
No. Also, it's a very good
That's not
Betsumon.
Betsumon.
That's fancy Betsumon.
That's not Betsumon.
Who
You're
is
just
it then?
drawing your rabbit again.
The arms are really
Something's a
skinny.
little off about it, though.
I didn't mean to do that.
Betsumon-fying other OCs is very fun.
It's so fun. But to be fair, okay, Bella spawned from Betty, who was a Betsumon to begin with, so I feel like this is a natural progression.
You've gone for
Spawned
full
from
circle, full circle.
OCs that reproduce by budding.
True! That's why I have so many versions of Vel and Spitzer. And now Bella.
That reminds me, pick a, s- I need to pick a new species for my Digimon Sona. I was thinking of going, I am still thinking of going with Wizardmon, but I'm not entirely, well, it's not so much a new species, but a whole line. I'm thinking of an evolution line for my Sona for like my various levels of
Ooh.
energy. Like, if I'm real low energy, my Sona is just going to be an Alraumon. If I'm a little more high energy, I'm going to be Wizardmon. And I'm thinking for my perfect level, I'm thinking Zamiomon. My problem is, who am I going to pick as my Mega? I don't know. I don't know. But thankfully, there are literally thousands of Digimon, hundreds of Megas to choose from. I will find one eventually. Or they'll just make a new one and I'll see it and I'll be like, that's just me. And I'll absorb it into my body.
Rudy, I can't Betsumonify Vel, specifically because Vel exists as a Digimon tamer in my OC verse.
Just do a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon doesn't have an AU where he goes into the digital world and it's wait. Actually, that's a really wait a minute. That's something you could do for Digimon Mystery Dungeon if they ever made one. You're a human and you're like, oh man, I want to do something, and you end up going to the digital world and you lose your memories and you're a Digimon. And you're like, what? And you're like, oh no, humans don't exist. And then eventually the stories, you have to they find out, oh no, something is wrong with that specific Digimon. You're not supposed to be here. You're not from this server. You're not from this world. Something, and they're like, oh, you're causing the big destruction. And it's like, no, that's my friend. They're not causing it. We're gonna fix it. And we'll find out. And then you fix it, and then you go to the human world. And it's like, oh no, I'll never see you again. It's like, oh no, I promise you'll see me again. And then you wait, go back to the real world. And it's like, your partner's like, it's like I think either you can stay with your partner or you can go with their partner can come with you. And if your partner comes with you, when you come out of the digital world, you feel something in your hands and you look and there's a V-Pet in your
Aw,
hands.
that would be the best.
I think it'd be cute.
Have I ever explained the like Vel's existence in my Digimon OC verse?
I don't remember, but then again, my memory has always been kind of.
Same.
I feel like you have, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it again.
Basically, when I was originally working on my OC verse and trying to plan out how humans fit into it, my a thought that had crossed my mind was like, in a lot of Digimon series, typically adults don't go to the digital world. It's usually children. And I was thinking like, what if there's like a barrier that typically prevents adults from entering, but if adults do enter the digital world, they become permanently stuck there. Um,
Oh.
so like the whole deal is that like Vel is unable to leave the digital world because he refuses to like change. So like if he stopped being like power hungry, he could leave and like go back to living a normal life. 'Cause like the idea was that the adults get stuck because they have something that they need to deal with on a personal level. Like they have some growth that they need to go through. Um and like children are more easily able to go from the human world to the digital world and back because like they're still growing, they're still learning, and they're still willing to grow and learn because they're children. But adults are not
Mhm.
quite the same. So like an adult who's already set in their ways may not be able to not that they're not able to, but they're not willing to grow and learn past the way they're like the they're not able to, they're not willing to grow and learn past being set in their current ways. So they get stuck, more or less. So like Vel is power hungry. He is constantly wanting to like be at the top of the food chain basically. So like he's stuck in the digital world because he won't let that go. And I think if I remember correctly, I had originally planned for that to be his downfall because he gets like manipulated by a really strong Digimon into helping them, and it backfires.
Hmm. I just realized I haven't been drawing. Now I can't find my tablet pen. This is what happens when you have a black tablet pen on dark covers.
Oh, I feel that.
Gone forever. It's gone
Um,
forever. Oh, never mind. There it is.
Also, my Vamdemon OC Jekyll was originally Vel's partner. He isn't anymore, but he was originally. Um, because he was Vel's partner back when he was an Ice Devimon. Oh, my voice. Before he evolved to Vamdemon, he was an Ice Devimon, and he was Vel's Digimon partner. And Vel was awful to him, as Vel is wont to do to
Wow.
people.
Not surprised.
I love Jekyll. I need to draw him more. As I
You
always
were
say.
really good at drawing Famdemon.
I got really attached. I saw a vampire and I'm like, I gotta.
That's why I'm with bearded old men specifically. And now I'm starting to think I think you just have a thing for dwarves, because Senshi from Dungeon Meshi, hello.
Oh, he's so
Smithy could
good.
technically Smithy could technically count as a dwarf too. He's got the beard, he's got a very short build, like he's very squat and stout. The man makes he makes weapons, he's a skilled blacksmith. Most dwarves tend to be. Smithy could absolutely be a dwarf.
He could. I could see it. Since she is hot! I'm glad we all agree.
That's literally that is a fact of life, my friend. That is a fact of life.
I'm glad
If
that
you see
they.
someone and they're like, Senshi's not hot, some run.
I'm glad that the anime started adding more panty shots for him. I saw people pointing that out. They were like, in this scene, that doesn't happen, but in the anime, it sure does. I also
Yep,
wish he
it's
was hairy.
like I remember he was actually designed as kind of hairy, but like of course drawing all that in every single panel of a manga probably would not have been very fun for Miss Kui to do.
Yeah. Especially considering she goes hard on those details, so that's the wrist killer right there.
Mm-hmm.
Instant wrist death.
But if there's someone who could do it, it would probably be the person who makes Witch Hat Atelier, because the way they do rendering of anything, literally. I'm assuming you know what Witch Hat Atelier looks like. Do you guys know what Witch Hat Atelier looks like?
I've seen images, but I haven't read it.
Okay, let me show you. Let me try and find a nice, relatively non-spoilery image.
That's the one that has like the character in the wheelchair that has like goat legs, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Okay, here is one of the like literally like one of the first pages. Just look at all the rendering. Look at all the hatching. Look at that.
Oh my goodness, I could never.
And this is getting an anime as well, and I'm scared.
This looks like Mashal when they get into one of the like hyper detailed frames. I assume the entire book is like this though, which is very impressive.
Oh,
Girl, I lost track of my Digimon relationship chart that I made for my OCs. I can't find it.
Oh.
Because earlier we were talking about like, oh, I have OCs that I haven't even designed that I have planned for my stuff. Like I also do, and I have named some of them in my relationship chart, and I can't find it now. I have never drawn my Ophanimon. I have two Fangmon that I still haven't drawn. I have multiple Edamon that I have not drawn yet. Girl,
I
I have to have like 6 Edamon. I swear.
I think do I still have
That's
my
how many
Battle Water
Betsumon I have.
Digimon? Yeah, let me see. I haven't updated this in forever. This is when I had 107. This is counting my webcomic OCs. 107 OCs. Out of these, I've drawn about.
Woof.
Let me see. One, two, three, four. well, less than 100. I've drawn less than 100. The most I have are the Grotamon OCs. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Wow.
And of those 13, I've drawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've drawn about 6 of them. 6 out of 13. In second place are my Zamiel Mono Cs. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then in third place is Wizardmon. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. And a variety of other ones. I have so many. And I
Wow.
need to draw most, if not all of them.
I found the chart and I'm realizing it's unreadable on stream.
A little bit.
I can read
That's
this.
just because of screen compression. Like I can read it, but it also just slightly crunches it a little bit.
Oh shit. I do also have, I made a Google Doc for my OCs. Hold on, I'm gonna count my Edamon real quick. One, two,
Okie dokie.
3, 4, 5. There's at least 5.
Ooh.
Some of my Edamon OCs got repurposed into just general primate OCs, though.
Works.
Oh, I've gotta add... I have 6. Counting Vanta.
Oh.
I keep forgetting about Vanta because in my mind he's just become a full, like, superhero OC. Oh my goodness. Okay,
That's also what happens.
I'm gonna put this on screen, actually. Window capture. New. So this is my Digimon OC evolution chart that also includes information in regards to, wow, this is taking up my whole fucking screen.
I can just barely see you under it.
There, that's better. So it details evolution lines for, and like is also color coded based on like current, okay, so like the green borders around some of these is in reference to what their current evolution is, like where they're currently at. Um, but they do have details for where their evolution will go, obviously. Um, and then also if they actually make an appearance in universe or if they're just mentioned, also whether they're alive or not.
Oh.
Plus like minor details in reference to like their role in the story. My ridiculous amount of enema.
It's okay. You're allowed to have a ridiculous amount of Edamon.
You literally, like, I have a ridiculous amount of, like I just said it. Like I like to call them, I don't know if I should call them Grotamon or Grumblemon because I like both names. That's the
They're both
problem with some of
good.
these Digimon. I like both their names. It's like,
I have 6 Betsumon. You can have as many of anything as you want.
Um, my Royal Knights, I kind of like did something different with them. So, um, instead of having like in the notes category like their role, I made note of like their accompanying demon lord Digimon basically. Um because I noticed that when you're looking at Wikimon, sometimes there will be like cards of the Royal Knights that are shared with another, like shared with one of the seven demon lords. So I jotted that down as an important part of their character.
Ooh.
The only
Mhm.
one, the only one that didn't have one was Jesmon, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Ooh. Mm.
But then there's also this that I did, which this is this looks like absolute like mess of words and colors, but like this basically boils down all of their traits into um like an easy to identify kind of chart. Um so the first column is thinking versus speaking, second is instincts versus logic, third is moral standing, fourth is sincerity, fifth is selfish versus selfless, sixth is goals, seventh is greater good versus own good, and eighth is sacrifices. I think I counted that right. So
Ooh.
so it basically details like what they're willing to do in what circumstances and how they handle certain situations. Um so like my Omegamon, for instance, thinks without talking, follows instincts, pure justice, acts as he sees fit. He's neutral, open open to sharing his goals as necessary, serves his own good or the greater good as needed, and willing to make sacrifices. It just basically boils down
Ooh.
like the most important traits for them as characters.
I need to do something similar to this for my webcomic characters, because while I do have like various thoughts of various scenes and various arcs and stuff, it's like, wait a minute, who really are they? What are their motivations? What
Um
And it's like, what is something that would be out of character for them, and what would force them to do that if necessary?
so my trick for that is I have the those 8 columns were based on some alignment charts that I had found that I filled out and then wrote down basically everything from them. I can send you the alignment charts that I used.
Please.
Let me see, I have them, they're in my likes. I have to get past all of the clothes in my likes though. Because I like filling out alignment charts just because it's very easy to boiled things down into like four different categories. But that those ones in particular were really helpful in like figuring my characters out.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Also, this is I'm not gonna say somewhat related, well, kind of. But if you ever need, like, I also have some art resources, and but I mostly have a lot of uh recently website resources as well as some ROMs and stuff, and I have a lot of pickaroos in here.
Ooh, I'm always
And I
interested in
also have
pickaroos.
I have I have a there was a Tumblr post that had like a functioning database that you could filter and search through, which will be great for
Ooh.
me. I also, if you want to learn Japanese, I got a lot of Japanese resources. I also have a group of the remaining anime sites. Is this still the website is no longer available? Yeah, that's right. I forgot one of the sites my friend Enzo and I we were using to watch anime. delete bookmark, has been killed.
Here's those
Okay, this one's
alignment
fine.
charts. Oh,
Oh, thank you.
I have a website that I've been using for watching stuff that has both cartoons and like anime. Um it's been a little weird for me recently, but it might work for you that I can link to.
Sure thing. It might be it might be the site I'm using. I don't know. I have several. Oh, never mind. I don't think I've seen it.
Um
Oh, Malwarebytes was like, this site may have malicious activity. We strongly recommend you do not continue. You may be putting your safety at risk by visiting this site.
I have like 4 ad blockers and the site works just fine. But it has a lot of stuff on there, even stuff that
Alright.
I haven't been able to find anywhere else. Um
Alright, I'm going in.
it has
Website Malwarebytes hates this website. Malwarebytes hates this website so much.
it has the Crosswords dub on it.
Wait, you cut out for a second. What did you say it was?
It has the Crosswords dub on it.
Oh, okay. Alright, let me add this.
My Royal Knights are
Website.
so funny.
Hang on a second. Malwarebytes, please calm down. Please. I trust this. Alright, if I vanish in the next few seconds, it's because Malwarebytes self-destructed. Let me... Okay. Let me in. Let me in. Uh, I do need to focus on getting the rest of Digimon series on my computer. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. Malwarebytes, please. Hang on.
What? I just realized that earlier when Rudy was making fun of me for drawing circles, he directly referenced that one fucking Red Lantern character.
Oh. Also, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I'm gonna be able to access this because Malwarebytes keeps every time I try, it's like Malwarebytes is like, no, no,
That's
you
too
don't get to go
bad.
in. Yeah. Oh well. Also, I may or may not have accidentally clicked on my Final Fantasy quick launcher.
Uh-oh.
Oopsies. Well, it's a good thing I play in borderless windowed mode, so I can just close it. Really excited for the newest expansion, but I have to, yes, exit the game. I have to pre-order the next expansion first. Also doing something I should have done a long time ago and picking my favorite Goblimon pictures so I can put them in a little reference image for my baby girl because I cannot draw her head. I forgot how to do it. But I can draw her eyes perfectly well because those are just Sonic the Hedgehog eyes.
Red Lantern Ball
The
OC.
ocular visor.
Although I will admit it does feel kind of weird knowing that they got the Sonic the Hedgehog eyes. Like, because like that's the thing. Like at least with Sonic, he has eyelids. Whenever they show Goblin blinking for some reason, let me double check. Like 90% of the time, they do the pupil blink thing, which I understand why plenty of characters do it.
I
But
like
it's
the
also
pupil blink. It's cute.
it is, but it's also like, what if dust gets in their eyes? I
Actually, Goblimon being a Goblimon being a Digimon lends credence to the Sonic theory that it is some kind of visor, because for Goblimon it could actually be some kind of visor.
You,
Kind of
you know,
like Flygon has.
it, that's a that's a good point.
I'm gonna
That is a
be
very
ill
good
because
point.
Rudy just referred to Zelias as my meatball wife.
Meatball wife.
Why does he have to be a specific object wife? Why does he have
Why
to be
not?
my wife?
Well, that's for you to decide.
Just remembered something. So, whenever you look up Goblimon, Ogremon shows up, and I remember there's a specific frame, and I'm assuming it's from Tri, because I haven't seen it in any of the anime yet, of Goblimon from below. And I was like, you could you could see his butt cheeks, and I was like, oh, okay.
The Senshi treatment.
This is it. This is it. It saved his feet, but it's like you could just literally see everything. And he got the world's smallest. Now, like Leomon was kind of cheeked up in Adventure. This port, he didn't get any of it. And I can't even be like, oh, he got the boobs and Leomon got the cheeks, because Leomon got the boobs too. Leomon got a lot. Leomon got a lot of stuff. Leomon got a lot of stuff. I Oh, have a good night, Rudy. I keep getting distracted. But like then again, Digimon is always distracting. Also, I found the picture of Ogremon with his mouth closed. I found it. It was right here. It was right here. Where did he go? Here it is. I think it was from the 2020 reboot. Oh, his mouth. Cause like I understand, rule of cool and everything, but also the fact that their mouth is constantly open, it's like, hey, what if something goes in there? Close your mouth,
Ugh,
buddy.
a bird's gonna
Imagine you
fly
lying
in.
face first. Like, if you're fighting a Numemon,
No!
you don't want anything going in your
No!
mouth. But also, when playing Cyber Sleuth, the fact that its mouth is less open than normally makes it look really weird. I don't like how half open its mouth is in Cyber Sleuth. It feels weird and wrong and uncomfortable. Like, no, no, your mouth needs to be open all the way. You can't just go like, "Ugh." But again, that's just me. People really like this dude's feet. He does a very actually the more you look at it, he does a very well manicured nails, like in general. Like yeah, they're sharp, but they're also not dirty. You ever notice that?
Need to get them
Dude keeps his
painted.
hands dude keeps himself clean.
Need to get them painted with the little stickers.
Oh yeah, he could put skulls on him.
That would
Speaking of
be so
Digimon with
good.
clean hands, speaking of speaking of Digimon with perfectly manicured fingernails, like look at these. That is the wrong picture.
Evolution.
Uh,
Look at these. beautifully, perfectly trimmed nails.
You never do see an anime character with like bad nails.
Yeah. Then again, I think those would take more effort to draw. Also, I just look. Also, I think I mentioned this before because I remember seeing a post about how after they introduced Grodomon and have his symbol, the other legendary
Oh,
warriors, like all the evil ones, don't have their symbol on any of part of their body.
I remember
They
that.
just stopped putting the symbols on their bodies after that, which is so weird. Also, I love how from several angles you can just see his stumpy little tail. I love his little tail so much. It's one of my favorite parts. It's charm point. I have so many pictures of him, both for reference and also just because I like him a lot. And also just he's just look at him. Apparently, in one of the new booster packs that's coming up, we're getting new Frontier cards, and I'm hoping we get another card for him because I already have this one, which is a very very good card that I love, but I would love another one. I would love another one so much. Please, please, can I have more? Can I have more? And can we also get them in an anime? And I don't just mean a split-second distant cameo at the end of Adventure 2020. I mean, can we get one of them in the actual anime?
Need an anime that
Please.
brings to light the more underused ones for real.
For real. Like that's one thing I like about 2020 Hunters and Ghost Game is that it took a lot of underloved Digimon and it was just like, hey, let's show these ones off. Like when was the last time I think Clavis Angemon has never been in an anime besides that, but let me double check. Unless they put it, maybe they put him in Trust. Where did they put him? Let's see.
He was in
Oh,
All
Ghost
the
he
Game,
showed
but
up
all the
in Ghost
underused
Game
ones are like the coolest looking. They need to use them more.
for real. Also, I noticed that a lot of Digimon have been getting taken out of V-Tamer prison. There is one they keep forgetting. Where's my little Squongly Bonglies? Where's my little Squongly Bonglies? Where's my
I
little baby? Where are my babies?
I feel like I didn't draw this right.
That's Matadormon.
It is, but I don't remember. This doesn't look right. Something feels wrong.
Let's find out.
Matadormon was really, really, really unintentionally very funny in Ghost Game.
I think you got to. Oh, I see what you're missing. Kind of. Well, you'll
I
see when
kind
you
of
look
see
at the
it as
pictures. Let me
well.
see if I can get.
It's
Oh,
like
this is a
it's like
much better picture.
okay, yeah, I see what I'm missing. It's like this.
Also, this is gonna sound really weird, but I mean this wholeheartedly as a compliment. Matadormon looks like a Kingdom Hearts boss.
I see it.
Actually, you could put a lot of Digimon in Kingdom Hearts, and you could put a lot of Heartless and Nobodies and Unversed in Digimon. Like,
there there was a I came across an image from like 2008 where somebody had drawn a bunch of the Royal Knights as Kingdom Hearts characters, and I showed it to my friend who likes Kingdom Hearts, and my friend was like, "Okay, now you have to explain to me in detail how all of these match up." And I was like, "Girl, I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts. I can tell you about the Royal Knights,
like,
but
look at this thing. This could be a Digimon.
oh, yeah, absolutely."
This one could be a Digimon too. It's it's kind of hard to tell because of the quality, but the dragon head is not its head. Its
Oh.
head is under the little red bits. You can see that little white dot. I think that little white dot is like right above where its face is.
He's like Smo from Dark Souls.
This design reminds me of oh, what's it called? Arrestor Dramon?
Honestly, yeah. And the funny thing about Arrested Dramon is it's got the Kingdom Hearts crown on its tail.
Oh,
Do you ever notice that?
I have never noticed that before.
Is it on regular? Yeah, it's on like it looks a lot like the Kingdom Hearts crown because like
Got like a neck. Oh no, I gave him like a chicken neck.
this was just really fashionable.
I'm doing joke art and getting attached to it on accident again.
Such is the way.
So, like, a while back, someone was like, insulting, my art style by saying Lear looks like a lemming that has different clothes. Video game lemming.
Oh,
And I'm drawing the two interacting, and I'm like, damn, that lemming is turning out really cute, actually.
I
I
love
forgot that
lemmings.
Wikimon. Lemmings. I remember watching playthroughs of that game and just being like, wow, I would be very bad at this game
I played that game a lot as a
on
kid.
purpose.
I think that was like baby's first video game, probably. Cause like I used to like my grandfather would let me watch him play video games because he used to be really big into really like he was really big into like early shooters, you know, but like I wasn't allowed to play those obviously, so he found something that I could play that he also liked, so it was Lemmings, and I remember being really little and learning to play Lemmings.
Oh,
I mean, Lemmings is good because it's just like basic logic game, and you can't go
Mhm.
wrong with a logic game.
True, but I was also like 3.
3 is the perfect time for logic games. That's when they're giving you jump starts and stuff. That's when you're playing Math Blaster on your uncle's computer and then it blue screens.
I had. It wasn't the Math Blaster, but it was. I think it was called the Fact Blaster. So this one, Turbo Twist Fact Blaster. Did you have one of these?
um, I
I
don't
had
think
this one,
so.
and then I had the. I
No, I
had the
did not
Math.
have one. Wait, the shape, I swear I had something like it, but I don't think it was like this specifically.
Came in these colors. I had the red one, which was for math, and the blue one, which was for various facts. My sister and I, we were so good at it. We would just stay up and just keep going and going and going and going, literally until we got sleepy. And the fact that you could change your name, you could be like, dude, or Game Master. He was like, are you ready? Game Master.
That's so fun.
Oh, yeah. I think we gave it to one of our younger cousins because they needed it more than we did. But now I miss it so much, and I want to do it again to see how much of it I remember. Oh, did I post this art? It's like, okay, I just found one of the newer Goblin cards, and it looks really cool. Sorry, I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my room, and I was like, wait a minute, because I had to kill an ant earlier today, because it's ant
Ooh,
season over here. But look at how
here
cool
too.
this looks.
Oh, this rules!
So cool, so cool, so cool. Also, another thing I love about the Digimon card game is, I know I've said this before, but the fact that it helps really diversify evolution trees.
Oh, absolutely. That's the only reason I have some of the like evolutions that I do for my OCs is because I looked to see what they could evolve into through the card game. Because like because like Puchimon, for example, only has like 6 possible evolutions otherwise.
Wow. Yeah.
Also, speaking of like card game cards, I for the last like 2 years I've always had a Digimon card game like the art from one of the cards as my phone background. Um
Oh,
and I changed it pretty recently, but I realized something when I went to the lock screen that I thought was absolutely hilarious.
ooh,
Oh, come on, please send. Discord deciding to be slow.
of course.
Oh, come on, Discord, please. I'm begging. Oh,
Oh, that's the
unfortunate.
perfect spot for the lock.
Yeah, okay.
It okay. Actually, you're still streaming, so I feel like this wouldn't be a good idea to talk about on stream. So
No,
let me just type it out.
well, that's up to you. I, I, I'm not gonna put a limit on my stream as long as there's no images up there.
Oh, okay. Basically, I don't know if you've seen this before, but there's some art where it's like null art, but they'll show a picture of a lock on like the null bulge, and that's what that reminds me of.
I had the same thought. I literally had the same thought. Oh my goodness. And see, that's the only thing that makes sense for Metal Edamon, because he's all metal.
Yeah. Speaking of, I wait, no, never mind. I was gonna be like, when was the last time we saw an Edamon in the anime? But then I remember there was the one in the Adventure reboot. Well, actually, when was the last time we saw a variant in the anime besides like Metal? Well, then again, I should probably ask this after I watch Tri and Kazuna and Atmon and all that.
Uh,
Well,
I
I know that keeps. Hmm?
I'm racking my brain, and I don't think we have seen any. I don't think. Okay, the last time we saw a regular Edamon was in the 2020 reboot. But other than that,
Yeah,
I don't think we've ever seen a variant of Edamon outside of the original adventure.
that's
I
messed up.
like I would have to look that up, but I'm
That's
almost
messed up.
certain.
Adds every Edamon variant to the list of Digimon who deserve to be in the anime again.
Edamon gets to be in the video games.
That is true.
In next order, he runs the Stonks Market.
Oh wait, there
Oh, I need to unlock that at some point.
there was a silhouette of Edamon in the Ghost game opening. I totally forgot about that. That doesn't count though.
Oh yeah, yeah. The one I remember reading hearing the interview, and it's like, oh yeah, no, most of it's like don't expect the Digimon in the opening to appear in the anime, and then a bunch of them appeared in the anime, and it started getting my hopes up and Enzo's hopes up because one of the silhouettes was Puppetmon, and it was like, hey, hey,
Yeah.
hey, hey, but no. At least we got the one in Cross Wars, who was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
And this, I hope this makes sense, but I do hope that if we get another Puppetmon, I want it to be a little old lady specifically, because I noticed most of the Puppetmon we've got have been like
Aw.
mostly masculine, and I think like I do have like not so much an idea for an anime, but I think it would be cute if there was like some Digimon like there's like not triplets, but like there's a Zamyomon, an Arbormon, and a Sunflowermon, and like they start bothering the human protagonists and like being the antagonist for like most of the episode, and then their grandma is just like, "What are you doing? You're all." She's and it's like it's like one of those jump cut scenes where it's like they're still like, "Oh," and then it's just them sitting down looking ashamed as their little old puppet mom grandma is just like, "Why are you bothering these kids? You have no reason to bother these kids. They didn't do anything to you. You grounded." And it's just like it's like three grown men, and they're like, "Yes, grandma."
Oh, that would rule. Aw.
Yeah, like I would like it if more Digimon had different gender presentation, if it makes sense. Like we have
Mm-hmm.
the
Mhm.
feminine Piyomon in Adventure and the masculine one in Savers, and I want that for more Digimon that look less ambiguous. Like a female Legmon would go crazy. I'm just saying.
True.
Milfo Legmon, Gilfo Legmon, please,
I was
please.
both surprised and happy that there was a feminine Betsumon in Ghost Game.
Well, yeah, and like, and of course, on the flip side too. Like I remember, I think there's one either a Lilithmon or a Rosemon in one of the games who's just like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm a dude. I don't know what you were thinking. like I think there was like I can't remember, but there's like at least one of them was just like, "Oh yeah, no, I am." It's like, "Oh no, I'm not a girl." Surprised? No, because Digimon don't technically have gender. And then
Mhm.
I do wish that they did more with that, with like Digimon that are traditionally like still keeping the feminine appearance and stuff, but being like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm not." And of course, also more genderless Digimon, like more actual genderless Digimon. I know it's a bit hard to do in Japanese because most personal pronouns are gendered in some way, but it would be nice to have more Digimon that are like the games where it's not where they're not feminine, not masculine, where they're just them
Mhm.
Yeah.
or it, because sometimes it's it, sometimes it's they, and so on and so forth.
Man.
And something else, another idea I had was something I thought that was interesting is like this was specifically inspired by Digimon O2, how when the kids go to the digital world, they get new outfits. And then I was like, wow. And then it's like, what if the digital world makes you look more like what you're on the inside, like more like your soul? So like if you're like
Ooh.
so say like you're transgender and it's like, oh, you go to the digital world and you look more like the way you want to look, and but it persists when you go back to the real world. Basically, going to the digital world is free HRT.
That would be
And then eventually
awesome.
it'll be yeah, and then eventually it's just like and it also rewrites your data, which means it also rewrites the memory of you the memory people have of you. So it'll be so it's free transition. It's literally free transition. And everybody would just be like, "Oh yeah, no, you've always been that, right?" And it's like, "Yeah. Yeah."
It's free transition.
That's a really cool idea.
Um, I did look it up. Um, so Metal Edamon, I was correct, has not been in any anime since the original adventure.
Wow.
And then King
And I
Edamon's
don't
never
think
been in
King Anamon has
anything.
ever appeared.
Nope. Which I'm
Ooh,
sad about because that one would be
Fruits
really
Monkey Pain.
fun.
For real.
How
You
does
know
he
who's
not get? How does that one not get put in? He's the king. Like, of all the ones to make a plot point out of, the one wearing the giant crown seems pretty obvious.
Do you know how many Digimon that are kings or rulers or, shoguns, like Shogun Gekomon? Actually, that would be a very good idea. Like, there's an area and all these Digimon that are technically called king or queen or shogun or whatever, they're all fighting because it's like, I'm the real king. No, I'm the real ruler, and you're
Oh,
all just a bunch of
The feudal
patrons.
zone.
Yeah, something like that. Like, they're all fighting for the crown.
That would be so fun. I had an idea a little bit back of uh 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 a pair of Mamemon who were like siblings or something, and one of them evolves into Prince Mamemon and the other is Bancho Mamemon, and they fight about it because like they went completely opposite directions.
That's a good one. Oh, you know that reminds me of the Betsumon duo we were talking about
Uh-huh.
like several. I think it was like last year. How it was like one does better costumes than the other, but they act like the one with the worst costumes is better, and the one with the better costumes is always like, "Wow, you're so cool. Costumes are always so cool and wonderful. And I hope I can be as good as you." And he's like, "Of course you will, little bro. I believe in you." It's
I
like
love it.
a
I
comedy
love it
duo
so
type thing.
much. I'm just
I love
I'm dying for a Betsumon appearance that isn't antagonistic for once.
for real.
Ew.
Same with Vamdemon. Like, I know that there's a really chill one in the games, I think, or several chill
Mhm.
ones in the games. I wish there was a chill one in the anime. Like, you just go into a nice
Yeah.
big mansion, he's just like, "Oh, hi, come on in."
Please come in.
And
Make
of
yourselves at
course,
home.
I, and of course, on the flip side, I would love if we had more antagonistic Digimon that were normally portrayed as good. Because you know how, like, especially like the Angel Digimon, besides Cherubimon, we've already had
That's so
several messed up
what's
Cherubimon.
it's always always oh come on. Let him be happy, please. Oh,
But
oh.
imagining just like the main characters are just like, "Oh, you're an Ophanima, you're an angel Digimon, you're be able to help us," and she's like, "Yes," and then it's like she was lying the entire time. But you mentioning Cherubimon specifically reminded me of a character. Do you know the game No Straight Roads?
It sounds familiar.
It's a action rhythm game that came out a while back. It was
Oh,
very cool.
that's the one that has the really interesting stylized art.
Yes. And one of the characters in it is called Eve. Now she has a skin condition where she's like she looks like this. She looks very cool. And yes, that is her using her hair as a leg accessory and a heel. She looks so cool. And she looks just as cool in 3D. And I was thinking of a Digimon AU, and for her specifically, I wanted to give her a Cherubimon that was half Virtue, half Vice. Just
Ooh.
split down the middle.
Oh, that would rule.
Because her boss fight is two separate hallways, one for the white side and one for the pink side, because she's fighting two people. She's fighting Mayday and Zook. She has a history with Zook, and she still kind of likes him. So on his side, the attacks are like less brutal, but on Mayday's side, the attacks are a bit harsher because she does not like her. Because and it would explaining the whole thing would take a while. But I was thinking that for the sides the Cherubimon would be on the side where Zook is, while she would be more lenient with him, it would be the Vice Cherubimon specifically because I feel like he would be her partner would be, very upset at their perceived betrayal. Whereas on the side where Mayday is getting attacked, it would be the Virtue Cherubimon because there is like a hint of her liking, like being interested in Mayday a little bit, and the Cherubimon would just be kind of like interested in giving Mayday a chance. And I think Mayday and Zook's partners would be, for Zook, he's a drummer, and I was thinking of giving him Don Dokomon because that's the little drum. For
Hmm.
Mayday, I couldn't decide on whether as a bassist to her guitarist, or Shoutmon as the vocals. I
Hmm.
still can't decide, and I can't decide for the rest of the characters either. But it's not even like a full AU. It's more of a just like, oh, what if they had, I just like thinking of what if they had partners for
Yeah,
anything.
same. Picking a Digimon partner for characters you like is like the hardest thing ever.
It is. It really is. Because like I was thinking about the Smithy gang again. I think I mentioned this before, and it's simultaneously easy and hard. Because for Bowyer, like on one hand, Zamulon would be perfect because they're both archers. But on the other hand, considering how cat-like Bowyer is, perhaps a cat Digimon would also be perfect. And it's like there's so much that you could do, especially for Mac, or well, they call him Clay. Well, that that that's well, that's a whole tangent. I don't know if I should get
I ain't
into it
calling him that.
right now. For me, for me personally, I actually have the perfect image. Um, Here it is. Like I still call him Mac, but now I feel like the pogo knife has a name. The sword itself can be called Clay Morton, and he can be called Mac. Just like I'm not calling him Clay Morton for several reasons. The
Giant
first being,
brain.
I'm used to Mac, and the second being like I'd have been writing some, horny fan. You can't you can't make Clay Morton sound sexy. You can't do that. Well, you can do like Clay, like shorten it to Clay, but you can't do the whole Clay Morton. Mac is fine though.
Oh, the asexuals coming out. Clay Morton is a fantastic name to me, and I actually love that.
It's a cool name. I just can't find it, But then again,
I
that's just me.
well, I feel like I wouldn't be as like I'm not calling him that about it if it weren't for the fact that you know, this is like Super Mario RPG has been something that's been like a prevalent force in my life for over 10 years now, and he's always been Mac to me. I can't even imagine how it is for people who were kids when the game came out.
For real.
Also, Spiritovich? Uh-uh. No.
No, no.
I love that one too.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I do have an idea for that one. Because his name is, a family name, because the Dovich means son of, the fact I feel like Spiritovich would be his business name, but if you're close to him, then you get to call him Yari.
Okay, that I like. Cause I get I on the one hand I get it that they are translating that name because Yari is a type of spear, but at the same time I'm like, come on, Spiritovich.
Literally, I think the problem is the fact that it's two consonants next to each other, because if it was Spiritovich, I wouldn't mind as much, because it flows a bit better, Spiritovich, instead
Hmm.
of just Spiritovich, because it feels like you're slamming your head into a wall. Also, I love how out of the three, Bowyer not only got more lines, but his name went unchanged. Bowyer stays winning.
Lucky cat.
He is, although one thing that gets me about the remake. Wait, did you play the remake?
I haven't finished it. Ugh,
Oh, okay, but did you at least fight Bowyer?
not
Wait.
yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about spoilers or anything, but I still
Oh,
I
okay. So
I bought the game and started playing it. I was like, yeah, yeah, it's all coming back to me. This is awesome. I even went into the settings and switched to the original soundtrack because I was like, yeah, this is great. And then I put it down and forgot.
that's that's how I am with Magician's Quest. I was playing that for a straight week, and then I put it down once, and then it was just like, no, I'm in a coma, and it's just like Animal Crossing. So like, I know my
Oh,
boyfriend probably broke up with me. Oh, you can date in that game, by the way.
I've heard about Magician's Quest before. Like I heard about it years ago, but like I haven't ever gotten to
I also
play
did,
it.
and I got curious about it. I got curious about it. And I was like, I can, and it's like I can get games on my 3D. I can get DS games on my 3DS, so I can finally play it. It's really cute, and I'm not gonna say I like it more than Animal Crossing, because Animal Crossing does have the nostalgia factor and seniority, and I still haven't gotten completely accustomed to Magician's Quest yet, but there's a lot of stuff it does that I wish they could do in Animal Crossing. One thing being, in the original DS game, when you listen to music and you learn a song, you can whistle the song.
Aw.
And then in later games, there were other songs that you cannot whistle. You sing them. Your character can sing, and you can pick 4 different singing voices for regardless of like each gender has 4 different singing voices. Also, it did the whole you can pick your hair, eyes, and skin color way before New Horizons did it. Like this came out at the same time as Wild World. You couldn't even tan in Wild World, I don't think. I think tanning was introduced in City Folk.
Man.
So like if you weren't white, you had to play as your white Sona. And then New Leaf had the island, but if it was cloudy on the island, you just had to be white for a day.
Okay. I had to go find this. I remembered when I went looking into the game a while back, I came across like the perfect character for me.
Oh yeah, this Pookie. I think I sent this to you in DMs at one point too.
Yeah, I feel like multiple people have told me about this. Cuz everyone's like, "You, pink
Yeah,
monkey."
for real. I
Oh,
think one of my favorite, the fact that it only really has a fandom wiki is big to me. I don't like it. But I also have to be honest. The designs, the designs in this game, beautiful,
the
beautiful.
style
They
is
got, they
so
got, they
good.
got a. It is so good, and I'm sad that they don't have the Switch game for it yet. Like I was so obsessed. I have the 3DS game on my 3DS right now. I can't read half of it because I can't the kanji are so tiny. But like look at this little imp thingy.
Aw.
They have and then it's like of course Animal Crossing is in fact limited because it's, animals, whereas Magician's Quest is not limited, which means you can have somebody who is straight up corn.
the there's something about this that kind of reminds me of like Gregory Horror Show a little bit. I don't know what
I
it
think
is.
it's I think it's the pupil, the eye style, and the fact that it's kind of angular at times.
Mhm.
Oh, I know why this would not go well over here. Like Smithy, I'm not. You were probably there since you played Animal Crossing, but like Americans could not handle moose. They cannot handle ugly Animal Crossing villages, right?
Yeah, the
They
weird thing
cannot
is
Oh.
handle this corn.
that's probably why they didn't release anything after the DS version. But like they also have like little flower ones too. Like they got a rose.
I could not handle this corn.
Ooh. Dude, people would be out there saying the exact same things about this corn they were saying about moose, and they'd make me angry every time.
Oh yeah,
Look at
no,
this little.
I absolutely agree. It's just the phrasing of they could not handle this corn. Oh, this design's good.
And then there is this one's Blossom. They're a peach.
Oh!
They're a peach. They have an orangutan. I don't think we've had anything close to an orang. Have we had an orangutan in Animal Crossing? Let me see.
Did we ever have one in Animal Crossing?
No. That's wow. They yeah, they got a lot more species. Like they got ferrets.
Oh,
They have, they have
Well,
ferrets.
all of these are like individuals instead of being assigned to like certain species models, you know?
mhm.
Like in Animal Crossing, they have like a few different, not a few anymore. There's a significant amount, but there's species models, and then they just kind of build around that. But all of these are completely unique.
Yeah, and like it even varies within the same species. Like these two are both cats. You could still tell they're both cats, but they're two different cats. It's fascinating. Like, look at this. Look at this sparrow.
Oh, I love the one with the
Look at how
glasses.
cute.
Oh, okay.
They got robot.
This is tangentially related, but I was thinking about how
Robot.
I swear multiple people have shown me uh uh uh, Becky, you said her name is?
Yeah, that's at least that's the English version of her name.
Because
The
like, oh,
Japanese one is Kiki.
oh, but like I swear multiple people showed her to me because they were like, you're the pink monkey guy. Um, but I in a similar vein, I am mildly, I say this jokingly, mildly offended that nobody thought to tag me in anything regarding Palette from the new Monkey Ball game. Because she literally looks like my persona.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's a new Monkey Ball coming out.
Oh my goodness. She literally looks like my persona, like the way I draw my persona, and nobody has sent anything about her to me. Mildly offended. I say this jokingly.
Good game though. Let me. If I have this little guy in my original my DS file. Look it up. Look at this. His name is Duke. Look at how cute he
Oh,
is.
oh, I like this one.
There's also I think this rabbit is in my 3DS file, but I don't remember. There's also a cell phone.
The
Oh,
cell
this one's
phone's
really
funny.
cute. This one's really cute. They're a hydrangea.
I love the absolute variety in all of these.
For real. And I remember showing I think I showed Kamek this. So you know how many personalities are in Animal Crossing, right?
Mm-hmm. There's not a
Let me
whole
see.
lot, but
Yeah,
there's
no,
like
there's like
6 or 8.
I think it's 8, 4 for each gender. In now I could have sworn let me see, 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 let me see. Okay, I think I've gone too far. I have gone too far. Maybe I was talking about it with Enzo. But actually, let me just screenshot. This is a fandom wiki, unfortunately. It's the only one we have. But there are, let me see, personalities. Where's the personality section? Uh, student data. No, just here we go. Characteristics. No, bio. No, profession. No. Hang on. I'll find it in a minute. Nature. That's it. The nature or the personality. There are 6 natures for each gender, so there's 12. However, each nature. Well, not each nature. There are 16 subnatures for male students and 20 subnatures for female students, meaning there are 36 total subnatures in all.
Huh.
And here they are. And like I noticed that, and this game also does something that Animal Crossing doesn't, at least in my file, how sometimes male and female students will have variations of the same dialogue, and it's like they can share the same dialogue but also have a different variation of how they react to it, kind of.
Huh.
And I was like, oh, because like in Animal Crossing, guys say guy things and girls say girl things, and it's fascinating.
I love Hooligan.
Also, look at this mink. Oh yeah, and they got a cute little zombie too. Look at this fella.
Aww. Oh, wait. I've pinned it. I've pinned it. It's not Gregory Horror Show that it reminds me of. It's Midnight Horror School, the child equivalent.
Oh, that makes sense.
Ah, I should rewatch that. It's gotten the some whoever had uploaded all the subbed versions of Midnight Horror School got them taken down.
No.
But yeah, it very, very much reminds me of this. If Discord will send image, please.
They got a banshee too. Oh yeah, I remember seeing you posting this at one point.
Oh, I love this show.
Oh yeah, they got like I know there's gorilla villagers in Animal Crossing, but look at the way this little gorilla student is. Look at him.
Aww.
And this is the banshee. They got a snow leopard. They got deer. They got lizards. This one looks like Francis. This one straight up looks like Francis.
You're not kidding. What is it? What is it with chameleons equating like nerd?
I don't know.
Goofy eyeballs.
Steven's universe. Behold.
Oh,
Oh, look at this duck. Look at this duck.
Aww.
There we got a ribbon. And they got a few rabbits too. Oh, and they have this cute little pink seal.
Oh, these are all so good.
They are, and because it's witchcraft and magic and weird stuff, they're allowed to do whatever they want with it. Like, look at this dude. Oh, they got a capybara. Look how cute.
Aw. You know, you
I
mentioned the gorillas in Animal Crossing. Something that frustrates me is that like sometimes they'll like take a certain like animal body type and recolor it to make it a completely different animal, and they have like they took the gorilla body type to make a mandrill, which is not at all similar to a gorilla.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
I think that villager's name is like Boone. Um, which
Yeah.
I don't get
Which
me
is
wrong, I like him, but like, okay, that's not even close to a gorilla.
looks like built like a gorilla, colored like a mandrill, named after a baboon.
Oh, oh, that frustrates me too. Yeah, because mandrills are not baboons. They're actually more closely related to mangabes.
Ooh.
Um, ooh, ooh, I get mandrills are like one of those kinds of monkeys that like are very are very frequently misrepresented or mislabeled as something else, and it frustrates me so much because they're my favorites.
Uh,
Here's a fun fact:
it.
their fangs are 2 inches long.
Oh. Wow, that's oh, that's scary.
Oh,
Also, I really love food designs so much. Like, look at the little outfits. The little
oh,
outfits. And they got alpacas that aren't special NPCs. That's another thing. Like, I understand why they have set species as villagers and stuff, but sometimes I think some new villager species would be nice. I personally would not mind having a moth species, but then again, I feel like that would. Well, no, actually, I was gonna be like, wouldn't having a moth species be weird because you can catch bugs, but you have octopus villagers and you can catch octopus from the ocean. So like,
it's
why
not
can't
weird
we have
unless you
bugs?
make it weird.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this little golf bunny.
Oh, I love this one.
And then I have this rabbit in my 3DS file.
Oh, I think I've seen this one. Oof, so good.
And look at yet another dessert, but like the face, the face. Oh, this one. This is my friend in one of my friends in the DS version. They got a straight up dinosaur.
Oh my goodness.
They got another robot. And a full on imp. And this sheep specifically, I think it's the eyes that makes me think this little guy could have been in Gregory Horror Show.
Oh, this one reminds me of Sleepy Sheepy.
Oh. Also, check out this bat. And then they have a hedgehog. I think I kind of understand why they didn't translate. Wait, no, they did translate the game with this. Oh, this one was introduced in the original game. I was gonna be like, oh wait, this one people might call it an Amy clone, but no. So check out this smartphone.
The phones are so funny. I love the face.
And then there's little punk rock wolf I have in my town.
Do you think the phones have rivalry?
They can. You can cast magic and you can cast prank magic. You can make a metal basin fall on somebody's head. You can also cast a spell that just makes them fart. You can also set off a chain reaction. If you cast a prank on one student, and you're standing near another one, and they will always get out their wand and cast and try and hit you with a prank spell. But if you move behind another student, it'll hit them and they'll get mad and then they'll be pranking each other and it'll be really funny. And look at this cute little robot.
I would absolutely make the phones fight each other for the ultimate battle of technology.
They got a Trojan horse. They got a straight up Trojan horse in these games.
Oh my
Ooh.
And
goodness.
ring-tailed lemur.
Oh, I found the sheep from Gregory Horror Show.
Oh wow,
It literally does
yeah.
look like him.
All right, and this of course is Nolan, but poodle.
Aww. Oh, I gotta head to bed.
Oh
It
yeah,
is.
it is 1 a.m. for me, which means it's midnight for you.
Yep. That's my that's my bedtime.
This was fun.
This really was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for sharing so much, Smithy. This was fun to just kind of sit back and learn about.
No problem. If you ever need me to ramble about anything, I will. Like if you wanted me to talk about my thoughts about the Smithy Gang and my various headcanons about the weapon world and what their species are and how exactly they reproduce, because I don't think they just make another one. I think there's an actual like magical and biological process. It's not like birth. It's more like fusing part of your soul together kind. It's a whole thing. But if you ever want me to talk about that and my OCs of that, I can. If you ever want me to talk more about my Digimon OCs, I can. I have put so many of them in the emotional blender. It is so fun to do that. There was one of my OCs, her tamer straight up abandoned her, and but she's and it's and then her tamer comes back and is trying to act all buddy buddy and she has no idea that the reason her tamer is coming back is because she wants to get her Digivice back and to get a different see if she can get a different partner. It's fun. It's fun. I just have a lot of fun with my OCs. And talking to you guys has been real fun. We should play games together at some point.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
I've got a lot of games, and I know you guys got a lot of games. Like,
Do I have you on Steam?
uh, let's find out. I think we added each other at some point.